Hi, friends. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. You guys, it's closing arguments today. Yay. Closing arguments in this wonky-doo case. But first, before anything, Kiddo has something she wants to show. Can I show them on the computer? Okay. You stay back here. You stay right there. Stay right there. Look. Oh, wait. Hold on. It's going to do the green screen thing. Hold on. Let me turn my green screen off real quick. Look. I had to turn the green screen off or it wouldn't show up right. So we made this little craft. I had it put back and I forgot about it. It's from the $1.25 tree. Cute little kids craft for fall. Right now we're in winter. So I'm going to have to go back to the $1.25 tree and see if I can find snowmen's or Santas or something. But she did this last night. We had so much fun. I had so much fun. Did you have fun making the scarecrow?
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to make another one sometime soon? Yeah. We'll have to get you another one, won't we? But they're just little brown pom-poms. And then little foam pieces. And then the paper plate. It's so cute. It's so cute. There you go, baby. Can you take it into the living room in there? Take it in there. Scoochie booty. Baby, baby. Isn't it the cutest? It's so cute. So I did the OCD thing afterwards and rearranged the eyes and the nose because she had the eyes way down low and the nose like right way up. It looked like a drunk scarecrow maybe. I don't know. I should have left it alone. It was hers. I should have left it alone, but I did what my mother would have done and fixed it. And I should not have done that, but I did, and I couldn't help it. All right. So, yeah, super cute, super fun. It was cheap. Super cute. I need to get a little piece of string and punch a hole in the top of it and hang it, you know. Super cute. Super cute. Let me go back and fix my green screen, though, real quick. Hold on. We're waiting on, I've been waiting for a girl like you. Okay, green screen is back. Do you guys want to see something different, like a different green screen? Hold on. What else have I got? I have the brick wall. Do y'all like the brick wall or nah? Or the house? The fancy house. The house with the library. I have a library at my house. It's in a box. A cardboard box with books in it. That's my library. In a closet. In a closet somewhere. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Hi. To come into my life. You like the house, Henny? Okay, we'll leave the house on for a little bit. I do like the yellow caution tape, though. I like that one a lot. It feels more true crimey, right? We're waiting. The judge had indicated earlier that they were going to start closing arguments at 1 o'clock. Both the defense and the prosecution have said that their closing arguments are going to be very short. Like 25, 30 minutes for the prosecution, 10 to 15 minutes for the defense. So, and then they're going to go, oh, camera's moving. They were supposed to be there at 1 o'clock. Here we go. They'll do their charging thing afterwards.
Sit.
After the closings.
We're here in the matter of State versus.
And then he said that they would be getting the case, and they can go as long as they need to, except till 6 p.m. Because 6 p.m. he said he has to be somewhere. So, the judge.
Joseph Ferlazzo Jr.
Let's go.
After a lunch break, 21 CR 8967.
Right,
Mr.
Margaret.
Ferlazzo is here with his attorneys, Ms. Jantz and Ms. Johnson, in the state of
Exactly.
George and Ms. Adams. I have sent what I consider the final version. I haven't looked at your email. Did you have any problems, Ms. Adams, with the jury form?
Not with the
I
verdict
saw
form.
that you
Nope.
sent it. Does the defense have any issues with the jury verdict form?
I just saw it, Judge.
All right, I'll go forward. I'm not going to deal with that now.
That's fine. We
I
can
don't
talk about
think
that.
you're likely to, so if you do, I don't think it'll take very long.
Yep.
Are the parties ready to proceed with closing arguments?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Okay. Let's bring in the jury.
All right, bring the jury. I didn't get to say hi to everybody. Let me say hi to everybody. QB. Hi, QB. Hold on, let me turn the volume down for a quick second. I'll turn it back up here in a minute. But hi, QB. Hi. Thank you for coming in and doing all the things. Would love it if you guys would give the video a thumbs up. It really helps the channel. And do all the other YouTube things like share, comment, hashtag replay in the comments later if you're watching it on the replay. We love our replay crew. Yes, we do. And if you like the really cool, cute emotes that some of the folks share in the chat, you too can have them by becoming a member of the Crime Cafe. And the link is in the chat somewheres. Somehow. Hey, Sherry and Henny, good morning, guys. Good afternoon, I should say. Brenda, hello. Hey, Susan, how are you? Susan, let me pause real quick. Susan, everybody's feeling decent. I've been sick, but I think I'm on the mend. I got some antibiotics. I think I'm on like day 3 of antibiotics. I still feel a little tight chested, and I'm still coughing, but for the most part, when I do cough, it's It's not the same kind of cough. You know what I mean? It's like an on purpose cough, not a coughing even when I don't want to cough like I have been doing. I know, wasn't the scarecrow the cutest? She did do a great job, Henny. She sure did. She sure did. And we had quesadillas for dinner last night. And we did her craft on the kitchen table. Well, I set my plate down and I went like that because I thought that I had dropped some sour cream on the table. Went like that on the table to pick it up and I licked it. It was glue. I ate glue. I thought it was sour cream, but it was glue. Anyway, let's not eat glue, children. Let's not eat glue. Okay. If I missed anybody, I'm sorry. Hey, Donnie. Bring the jury. Hey, Kel. Morgana Banana. Hey, Gail. How are you? I know, Margaret. I know. I did eat glue. I did. I was like, yeah, that's not sour cream. No, it's not. But we still have words about your shenanigans, ma'am. I mean, I don't know anybody else that's ever gotten stuck under a refrigerator. Just saying. All right, let's go. I know I've said that 10 times. And I keep interrupting. I can't help it. I'm chitter-chattery. Chitter-chatter. What? Said Margaret. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. All right, I got to turn the volume back up. I forgot I turned it down.
Please be seated.
King Friday says, please be seated.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll note the presence of all 16 members of the jury, and I'll ask my usual questions. Has anyone learned anything about this case outside of the courtroom since we adjourned yesterday from the proceedings?
Yeah, and the couch. Yeah, and the couch.
16 shakes of the head no. Did anybody read any accounts of this or discuss this case with anybody else since leaving the courtroom yesterday? Again, seeing shakes of the head no from all 16 members of the jury. It is now time for closing arguments. We'll start with the state. Ms. George.
Thank you, Judge.
We won't let you, Margaret. We won't let you.
Good afternoon.
Oh, hold on real quick. Let me put a banner up just in case. Trigger warning, just in case. Sometimes they slip in photos, evidence photos and stuff in their closing arguments. So just beware, be forewarned here that it may happen. I don't know.
In October of 2021, Mr. Ferlazzo and his wife, Emily, made a plan to come to Vermont for a weekend for their one-year anniversary. You heard from Emily's mother that Emily was excited. She was looking forward to meeting her sister-in-law, Nicole. She was in a good mood, and she was looking forward to the trip. They drove up here in their van with their dog from New Hampshire on the evening of Friday, October 15th of 2021. They arrived in Vermont at the Bear Run condos at 7:20 p.m. They parked at a condo complex on Bear Run in Bolton. They met with Nicole for about 15 minutes out in the parking lot inside the van with a plan for Mr. Ferlazzo and Emily to meet them inside the Airbnb to catch up, watch Netflix, and hang out. But they never did. And we know that Emily sent her last Facebook message to her family at 8:13 p.m. We know that Mr. Ferlazzo sent a text message to his sister Nicole inside the Airbnb at 9:39 p.m. Hey, we're gonna take the night to rest, smiley face. You still drink coffee? We'll see you tomorrow morning. Shortly after, Emily's last location data from her Facebook is logged as 10:14 p.m. Instead of going inside and spending time with his sister, Mr. Ferlazzo and Emily argued. They argued because Mr. Ferlazzo had brought Emily on their 1-year anniversary to the very same condo complex that his ex-wife lived. They argued because Mr. Ferlazzo seemed to believe that he didn't have any obligations to be monogamous with his wife, be faithful to her, and she told him she was done. She told him she did not want to be with him, that she could not do it anymore, and that she wanted to leave. And 1 minute after midnight, Mr. Ferlazzo turns off his phone. Done arguing, Emily laid down in bed while Mr. Ferlazzo stayed up and stewed. He became enraged at Emily while she lay in bed scrolling on her phone with her head on her pillow. Mr. Ferlazzo sat on the couch thinking, planning. For what he told police was 5 to 10 minutes. For at least 5 minutes, Mr. Ferlazzo sits on the couch and stews.
Wait a minute, I'm confused. I was sidetracked. What is the stop clock on for? How long is this? What is this? So we're going to sit here for 5 minutes. And the timer, somebody needs to fix that timer because that timer's screwed up. Oh, this is how long he stewed. Okay. The defense attorney is looking out at the gallery like, really? He sat there for 5 minutes before he decided to end her life. Okay, I got you. Well, whoever's in charge of this daggone clock needs to be fired instantaneously. The defense is like, I can't with this. But that is very smart. Very smart. Because, you think about things, Yeah, the washing machine. Yeah. Hi, my cat's mom. She got the hammer and the saw. Right, Brenda. Well, Kel, it's live. I mean, I am maybe a few seconds. That's true, though.
the van.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay.
Has a
Okay. Let's go back and just. Oh, Kel, thank you. I thought I was maybe like a minute behind, but I was much more behind than that. Yeah, you're all right. I forgot. Oh, hey, Sherry. 3 months membership milestone chat. Love you, Jenny, and friends. Oh, yay. Love it. I'm pausing it again. Let's get a little sparkle real quick. Let's get a little bit of sparkle before we get started in the next little. Sparkle Man. All right. I love it, Sherry. I love those milestone chats. Love them.
By this time, Mr. Ferlazzo has a plan. He's made a decision. He has decided that he needs to stop her, that she is not leaving him.
I don't even know. I just know that I sat down and was. Something inside my head, just I remember feeling really warm, and I remember feeling blurry, and I don't know, something inside me said enough is enough.
Something inside of him said, enough is enough. But instead of walking away from Emily, going into his sister's Airbnb, out of the van, instead, he executes his plan. He got up from the couch. He went to the closet. He grabbed this Glock 19 with this silencer. He walked over to the bed. Emily's head was resting on this pillow. He picked up this throw pillow from the couch. He jumped onto the bed. He put this throw pillow over her face, and he shot her once and twice, directly into the left side of her head, killing her. Both of those bullets exited her skull on the right side of her head and came to rest inside the very pillow that her head was laying on.
When you jumped on her, did she say anything to you?
Something like, are you fucking kidding me? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
And then, what was her reaction to you?
It was just like that. I just jumped on her. She said, are you kidding me? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Did she try to fight you or anything like that? And how long did you have to wait? Was it between when you jumped on her and when you fired the first shot? And how about the second shot? So I don't want to put words in her mouth or anything. I'm just trying to understand. So essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, you jumped on her and bang bang. Like that. Is that how it happened?
And I think you shook your head no, but when Seth asked you if she tried to put up a fight, did you say yes or no? There was no fight? Okay.
The evidence presented in this trial shows that Emily posed no threat to Mr. Ferlazzo. And in fact, his story that she had a gun was directly contradicted by the fact that both of the pistols were his. Emily did not have a gun. His story that he remembers Emily's body falling after he killed her is directly contradicted by the physical and forensic evidence. Dr. Shapiro told you that her head was resting on something when she was killed. And immediately after killing her, rather than calling 911, any police agency, his ex-wife, or his sister, who was just yards away from him, Mr. Ferlazzo instead shuts off Emily's phone because, in his words, quote, he wasn't going to use it and she wasn't going to use it. After he shut off her phone, Mr. Ferlazzo puts a Market Basket shopping bag over Emily's head, tied a garbage bag around her neck, used his 6-foot, 200-pound body to carry her 5'1", 130-pound body into the shower. He bagged up this bloody pillow, he bagged up this red throw pillow, he bagged up this bloody pillowcase, this bloody sheet. He then put her shoes, her glasses, her wallet, and her phone in a plastic grocery bag, but was careful to keep her ID. He put new sheets, a new blanket, and new pillows on the bed, and he turns his phone back on at 1:35 a.m. Then he turns it off at 2:10 and back on at 3:39 a.m. Then he gets back in the very bed he just killed his wife in. And just a few hours later at 7:48 a.m., while his wife's body is in his shower, he texts his sister, "I can't sleep. Any interest in going for breakfast?" And even makes a recommendation on where to go. "Maxie's has really good breakfast, exclamation point. I just French pressed some coffee. Have you had coffee yet?" And off they go to Maxie's, where Mr. Ferlazzo has eggs and a mimosa. Then he drives his van from Bolton to St. Albans, parks the van on the property of his best friend. And rather than telling them that Emily's in the van, that he killed her, that he had to kill her, he tells them she took off. And then he sets up shop and starts to give his sister a tattoo. But not before sending Emily's phone a text message. "Whatever, exclamation point and angry face. I'm gonna spend time with Nikki while I can, exclamation point. Call me." And 3 hours later, he finishes his sister's tattoo. And an hour after that, he goes out to eat again, this time at Twig's, a gastropub in St. Albans. He eats dinner, he has drinks, and he gets a ride back to the Lang residence, and he again sleeps in the van with Emily's body still in the shower. And the next day, he goes out to Burlington with his sister, he gets coffee, and again, he goes out to eat. And again, he says nothing to Nicole about what he did to Emily. And after gallivanting around downtown, he heads back to St. Albans, and on his way, he stops at Hannaford to buy bleach. Because despite him continuing with his life as if nothing has happened, he does have a mess to clean up. That night, he hangs out with friends around a campfire. 2 of his best friends and an off-duty police officer. He engages in small talk. Doesn't mention Emily once. Doesn't even mention that he has a wife, as if she just doesn't exist. You heard testimony that the campfire wraps up around midnight when Mr. Ferlazzo gets back into the van, and while Emily's body lays feet away from him, he sends her phone another text message. The same phone that he turned off after killing her because she wasn't going to need it, and the same phone he threw away somewhere between Bolton and St. Albans. This is far enough! Exclamation point, exclamation point. Get your ass home! Exclamation point. I gotta go back to New Hampshire. Are you coming back? And amongst all of these activities, he decides that he needs to make her body easier to carry, easier to move, and easier to discard. Mr. Ferlazzo uses this serrated saw and dismembers her arms, her legs, her feet, and her head. He dismembers them from her torso. The same torso, absolutely riddled with stab wounds, including one striking her heart. 3 different knives had her DNA on them. At least 3 different knives were used to stab her heart 1 time, her abdomen 8 times, and her back 9 times. Then he puts each piece of her body in garbage bags. And on Monday morning, before leaving for New Hampshire to get his Jeep, which he told you he needed in order to bury Emily's body in the woods, he just can't help himself. Knowing full well exactly where she is and what he has done to her, he texts her phone one last time. You're an asshole. I don't deserve this shit. You're an asshole. I don't deserve this shit. Ms. Adams told you in the state's opening statement that this case and this crime is about ego, Mr. Ferlazzo's ego, and Mr. Ferlazzo's nearly 42-year-old ego being unable to accept his 22-year-old wife disrespecting him. That ego believed it was his right to cheat on Emily, to have relationships with other women, whether she liked it or not. That same ego believed it was his right to follow Emily one day when she wore her hair a different way, and he didn't think she was being truthful to him. That ego was so inflated that even after shooting his wife in the head 2 times, stabbing and dismembering her body, bagging her up, and discarding her like trash, he didn't tell his sister because he didn't want to make a bad impression with her boyfriend. So inflated that he didn't tell his sister because he'd promised not to, quote, dump his drama on her. He considered killing his wife drama. An ego so inflated that after killing her, taking her life because he didn't like the things she was saying to him, because she didn't want to be with him anymore, he calls her an asshole. He tells her that he doesn't deserve this. The state submits that it is Emily, and only Emily, that did not deserve this. All of the credible evidence presented by the state during this trial, the witness statements, the physical evidence, the forensic evidence, was checked and verified. The details of her death, the details of the weekend, of the dismemberment, the trip back to New Hampshire was all corroborated, checked, verified, proven beyond a reasonable doubt. We are confident that you will find that Mr. Ferlazzo killed Emily and that that killing was unlawful. There was no legal justification for it. It was willful. It was intentional, it was deliberate, and it was premeditated. And the state requests that you find him guilty of first-degree murder.
Janice.
Thank you, Judge. I do plan to make this copy.
She did an incredible job. I love how she just pieced it together and dropped the little text messages and the "you're an a-hole, I don't deserve this," like right over top of the photo of her body in the garbage bags in the bathroom. Great job.
What I say to you now and what Attorney George just said to you is not evidence. We're just giving you our spin on what we hope that you will conclude after your deliberations. It's up to you and only you to decide what the evidence shows. Not what I say, not what she said. You are the finders of fact, not us. There's been some conflicting evidence in this case, some undisputed evidence. You've seen the video of what Mr. Ferlazzo Joseph told the police on the day he was arrested and detained. You know that in that video, and as he told you yesterday, he hadn't slept for multiple days, he hadn't eaten. He says multiple times, my mind is scrambled, I'm not thinking clearly. But there is a roughly 2.5 hour recorded statement of what he tells the police happened. One of your jobs is going to be to decide if that was the whole story. If he was able, because of lack of sleep, the events that had transpired over the weekend, prevented him from being clear and rational. You heard him tell you yesterday he has no memory whatsoever of that interview. None. He said
Hey,
it
wee
was
baby, I
like
know, right?
watching himself if he'd been at a party and been blackout drunk.
I
He's
ain't
seen
buying
that
that.
video
I don't buy that.
3 times now. He told you yesterday that he was revolted by his apparent detachment in describing the events of what happened over that weekend. And you saw him on multiple occasions express emotion in talking and thinking and remembering what happened. The detachment that he described, his demeanor, is part of his habitual. He said he was a closed person, very private, didn't like to express his feelings. And it's something he learned from childhood, something he learned in the course of his work as a tattoo artist, how to compartmentalize feelings, emotions. He told you as a tattoo artist he'd learned that because it hurts, you make small talk with people and distract them from the pain that they're experiencing. This is just a habit for him. It comes across, as he described, as
Oh, thank you,
revolting
Margaret.
detachment, but it's his way of coping. What he told you yesterday is not what he told the police. He explained to you that his memory of what happened ended at some point that weekend. He remembers the events now. He remembers the events leading up to him shooting Emily. He remembers some of the events of Saturday, what he did. He doesn't remember much, if anything, of Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. He told you that after he had had an opportunity to sleep for a couple of days, he came to and he started having nightmares and remembering things, bits and pieces. And even as he talked to you yesterday, he said his memory is fragmented, very fragmented. And he is struggling to understand what happened and why. What he told you yesterday is that over the course of their relationship, Emily had become physically abusive to him. The reasons the state would have you believe is that the state would have you believe that he's an egomaniac. It's up to you to decide if you saw any evidence of that in his demeanor or his testimony yesterday, that he shot her because she disrespected him. He told you clearly about how many times she had hit him with objects, with cell phone, with her fists, with a laptop, with a wine bottle, gave him a black eye once, and he never hit her back. He said I would take her arms and restrain her.
Yeah, we're going to believe. We're going to really
Until she calmed
believe
down.
what he says happened.
We don't hit. They even went to a counselor together to address
Hey, Billy.
issues in their relationship. He said, I
Good to
grew
see
up
you.
with domestic violence, and I didn't want to bring a child into a relationship like that. That was his experience of interacting with Emily when she became frustrated and acted out physically against him.
Okay, but I'll bring a child into this world whose father is capable of murder and dismembering a human body. Okay. Of someone he loves.
He told you that that weekend they were coming up here to see his sister and to celebrate their anniversary. They got here, they were both happy to be coming, both excited, and on a dime, she flipped. I don't want to be here. F you, F your family. I'm done. He's not denying that he sent texts to his sister. He's not denying much of what the state's evidence shows. He knows that and told you, yeah, I lied. I lied because I didn't want to I didn't want to tell my sister because you may or may not agree with his explanation. She didn't want his drama in her life. You heard the state say killing his wife was drama. Well, you have to put yourself in his shoes and his thinking. But in any case, that was his explanation for why he didn't tell Nikki about what he had done, that is, shooting his wife in the head. So that weekend, they come up, they get into an argument. He told you clearly that she had been muttering and angry, and when he put on the candles, she was angry about that, and she picked up one of the candles and started hitting him. Hit him
Yeah,
in the
Kylie's
head,
mom.
Hit him in the arms,
I
hit him
know.
in the torso, kicked him in the groin. He was able to stop that attack. He took the candle away from her, and then he took their dog out, Remy. It was raining. They went out for a walk. He had also told you earlier that he thought he saw coyotes and was afraid potentially about bears. And that's why he told her, get your Taurus and keep your peace with you. And he kept his Glock with him. There's no dispute that the guns were his. That doesn't mean she didn't use it. He said, she preferred the Taurus because the barrel was shorter, or the handle. He used the Glock. That was hers, that was his. Legal ownership is not the issue. So they both had access to their guns that night. He comes back in from walking the dog. She's on the bed, scrolling through her phone, muttering. And he pours himself a drink, one of many that he had that night, many. Vodka and Red Bull. At some point, so he dries the dog off, dries himself off, and at some point decides, okay, now I'm going to get into bed. In order to do that, he has to climb across Emily. Emily says something, fuck you, something like that. He picks up the red pillow, which was right on the little couch they had next to the bed, and this pillow. Swats her in the head with it. She turns to him and says, "That's it, you're dead. That's it, you're dead." She elbows him in the groin. I have that backwards. First, she elbowed him in the groin. Then he picked up the pillow and swatted her. Then he saw, and she said, "That's it, you're dead." He saw her start to pick up the gun and shoot him. And you heard him tell you, "I was terrified. I knew she was going to shoot me." That was his belief based on circumstances of that evening, what she said to him, the history of their relationship. He truly believed that she was going to shoot him and that he had to shoot her with the Glock that was already in his hand in order to save his own life. That's what he told you yesterday. It's not what he told the police.
Hey, Skylab.
But that's what he now remembers happening. He also told you, "I felt a wave." This he did tell the police. "I felt a wave come over me. I was hot. I couldn't take it anymore. I felt blurry, loss of focus." All of that contributed to his decision, and it was a decision to shoot her.
What's the first rule of Pillow Fight Club?
Then what? Then what happens? Well, he has some memory of sitting beside her body. He's told you a couple of times, "I was talking to her at various points over the next couple of days." This is a man who was somewhat, if not heavily intoxicated, also smoking marijuana.
Oh, thank you, Skylab. She is.
Just
Now I'm the
experienced
one that's
trauma. And
on the mend.
is grasping, what do I do now? What do I do?
Hey, Tanika.
When he talked to you about this, you saw him break down and become emotional and cry. This is not someone who is a cold-blooded murderer.
Oh, okay.
He cared.
Okay. He got emotional and cried. He had to work it. He had to work himself to do it. Okay? He had to get himself in that. He probably yanked a nose hair out of his nose, like somebody mentioned yesterday. When he turned around, I can't. He just plucked a nose hair right on out of his nose and he cried. In the interrogation video of him at the police station, he was making himself hyperventilate on purpose. You could tell.
About his wife. You heard him describe their early relationship as euphoric and magnetic. He was in love with her. He kept telling her, "This is not how we treat each other. You don't hit people." But on this night, he truly believed that she was going to shoot him. And that's why he shot her. So over the course of the rest of that night and into Saturday, he made attempts to prevent anyone knowing what had happened to Emily. He doesn't deny sending some of those texts. Some of them he doesn't remember. Some of them he does. And he told you, "I lied. I know I lied," from what he can remember. He was intending to try and go back to Pennsylvania to help his grandmother. You can decide whether or not you think that was a good enough reason for what he did, but that was how he was thinking at the time.
A good enough reason for what
He
he did.
also said,
Okay.
"I wanted to give her a burial."
Mm-hmm.
He has no recollection of stabbing her. None. None. The medical examiner told you there's no way of knowing when those injuries were inflicted, except that they were not immediately following death. Similarly, the dismemberment, they also were not immediately following her death. easy case because on the one hand, you have verifiable evidence of what happened. But what you don't have is the why. Mr. Ferlazzo gave you the why yesterday. He explained why he did what he did. Your biggest job is going to be to decide, is he lying now just to get away with it? Is what he told the police in that interview the whole truth? He told you he has only partial memory of the events that followed, and he admits, I shot her. He knows, he's admitting that. That's not what this case is about. This case is about why did he shoot her. Ego, or someone who had been pushed to the point where they could no longer tolerate being hit. And I know, he's big and a man, 20 years older. She was a little girl. You heard him tell you that she hit him and hurt him each time. She hit him with a bottle, hit him in the head with a wine bottle, hit him in the head with a big Yankee Candle. That hurts. You can do that however small or the discrepancy in your size. And he didn't hit her back. Not once. The judge is going to instruct you on the rules of the law in this case, and it's not my job to do that. Your job is to assess what you heard him say yesterday, how he appeared, what you think about whether he's lying or not. That's your job. I don't envy you because I think it's a hard job, but that's what you will be asked to do. What do you believe is the truth? What he told you yesterday or what he said to the police? I think that you will find him not guilty of first-degree murder and acquit him on the grounds of self-defense.
Yeah, good luck with that lady.
Thank you.
Good luck with that lady. Good luck.
Ms. George, do you have a final summation?
Well, with him being a tattoo artist, he should have a pretty good, he should be able to make a pretty good living in the jail, I mean, wonder how many different colors of Kool-Aid you can get to make tattoos. I don't know.
Mr. Ferlazzo claims that he doesn't remember what he told police, that he doesn't remember being in the interview with police, and that he doesn't remember much of the night he killed her, and that his memories were not full at the time and are still fragmented. Luckily for Mr. Ferlazzo and for all of us, every single word that Mr. Ferlazzo said to the police about what happened to Emily was recorded. The reason that Trooper Cody turned on his body camera when he called Mr. Ferlazzo. The reason that Detective Voris did the interview in a room equipped with video and audio. The reason that Detective Voris made sure to have an extra recorder on his body when he went into different places, went to the breaks, went to the holding cell, just in case. The reason was all to make sure that everything Mr. Ferlazzo said about what happened to Emily was recorded, and that we would all be able to refresh his memory. You all heard every word that he said to the police, just days after he killed Emily. We played you every video, every recording. You have the transcripts. There are no secrets here about what was said or done. There are no mysteries. And immediately after signing the Miranda warning with Detective Voris, Joseph was ready to talk.
All right. So Joe, is it fair to say that you have an idea of what we want to talk about?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm here to talk to you. Like, you don't have to beat around the bush.
Okay.
I'm sure you already talked to Spencer. I fucked up. Plain and simple. Like, I had a fucking lapse. And did something that I can't undo. So here we are.
And less than 2 minutes after that,
So I came to Vermont. I was living in New Hampshire for like the last 2 months with my wife and her family. And I came to Vermont. We were supposed to have like a weekend away, take vacation, do some camping, like have some fun. And like as soon as I like put the vehicle in park, like my wife went completely berserk, like completely psychotic. And I shot her. That's the result of that. And now here we are. So,
All right. Can you, where did that happen?
Bolton, Vermont.
Okay. All right. So, I guess my next question is, when did that happen? Saturday. Do you know about what time? Saturday evening? All right.
No way. No. Saturday morning. And I think I was thinking. It was like, yeah, it was Saturday morning.
the state believes that the interview, the recordings, and the transcripts of the same all show that Mr. Ferlazzo was ready, he was willing, and he was able to give a coherent, a voluntary statement. You saw for yourself how he interacted with police throughout this interview, and you saw for yourself how he presented on the stand. You heard him outline in the interview with police in great detail what led up to shooting Emily twice in the head, and never, not once, did he say that Emily was a threat to him, that she had a gun, that he thought she was going to kill him. In fact, what you heard him say repeatedly when asked multiple times was that she had stopped fighting.
Can you describe Emily when you shot her? Like, what was she doing?
She had stopped fighting, and she had gone and laid down. And I went and jumped on top of her. And I shot her.
How many times?
She had stopped fighting, she had gone and laid down. I went and jumped on her, and I shot her in the head. The physical and forensic evidence shows that Mr. Ferlazzo did not act in self-defense. Just days later, he had no injuries, no bumps, no lumps, no bruises, no scratches, no burn marks from this alleged burning candle that was wrestled over during this interaction that he testified to yesterday. The physical and forensic evidence shows that this was willful, that he intended to do it. His actions were deliberate. They were not provoked under any circumstances, and they were premeditated. He planned to kill her during that 5 minutes, and he executed that plan. Mr. Ferlazzo's statement to police is detailed, it's thoughtful, it's thorough. At times you see him correct himself if he gets a detail wrong. He goes out of his way to correct it with police. He's given opportunities to warm up, to sleep, to eat, to drink, to smoke. He was given numerous breaks. He had time to contemplate and correct inaccuracies, fill in the details when police asked for them.
And while this was, while she was in bed, where were you when it
Oh, he's sitting right here on this little couch. Right downtown. Sure.
And I think we had asked where the Glock was currently, but where did you get it from?
It was in the closet.
Where's the closet?
This is the closet.
Okay.
I was on the couch.
Okay.
I just got up and grabbed it and shot it.
At no point during his statement does he ever say anything about Emily being a threat to him. At numerous points, you heard him talk about the feeling that he had before he did it, that he felt warm, and he specifically described that feeling as rage, how he wanted to stop her, and how he made a decision to do that.
I remember sitting there.
on the couch?
Just trying to it was raining. I remember I was just watching the rain. There was lightning. And I was on vacation and I was just trying to enjoy myself and stay out of the rain. And I kept trying to relax and she just kept trying to unfurl my piece. And then it was just like, I just felt this weight come over me.
Hey, Chaloon. Good to see you, friend.
Yeah, it was like,
What did that leave you feel like? You talked about it before, like you felt like a warm
Hey, Cherie.
sensation in your body.
I think it's
And Kylie's mom. Hi, hi.
rage, heat,
I agree with that statement.
Were you feeling angry or were you feeling sad or how were you feeling?
felt pushed, fed up.
Pushed and fed up. In defense counsel's arguments, they said that it will be up to you to determine whether or not Mr. Ferlazzo on the stand yesterday was telling the truth or if he was lying to get away with it. Making up a story now to get away with it. That will be up for you to decide. But the state would just highlight that Mr. Ferlazzo testified to a history of abuse, being assaulted by Emily numerous times, having black eyes, bumps, bruises. But not a single witness got on the stand during this trial and corroborated any of that. No friends that they lived with or hung out with saw any of this alleged abuse. Nobody saw these bruises. The only witness that got on the stand and testified to seeing bruises was Adrian Bass, Emily's mother, who testified that Emily had bruises on her, who said that Joseph was taunting Emily while they were driving once, so much so, and poking at her, so much so that Adrian feared for their safety. Adrian told you that at that New Year's Eve event, Emily called her on the phone and she had locked herself in a bathroom, and Adrian could hear Mr. Ferlazzo yelling at her on the other side. That's the evidence that you heard. Further, again, Mr. Ferlazzo testified that Emily had a gun, a detail never mentioned until this trial. The detail that Mr. Ferlazzo now says he left out of his interview with police, the reason, the why he killed Emily, arguably the most important detail for a self-defense claim, the most important detail that most people would have led with, is now the detail that he wants you to believe over everything else. He wants you to believe that detail so much that you acquit him of this crime. But not so important that he didn't tell his sister, he didn't tell his best friend, he didn't tell the police. Specifically, he didn't tell Trooper Cody, he didn't tell Detective Voris, he didn't tell Detective Richardson, he didn't tell Detective Truex, he didn't tell Detective Nolan. A detail so important that he only knows this detail exists because it came to him in flashbacks. This is not a flashback. This is not a merry-go-round. This is reality. And in reality, there is not a single piece of evidence to corroborate this one detail. The truth in this case is not complicated. The truth is simple. I fucked up. I made a mess. I cleaned it up. We believe that the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ferlazzo killed Emily and that he did so willfully, that he did so intentionally, that he did not do so in self-defense, that it was deliberate and it was premeditated. And we ask that you find him guilty of first-degree murder.
Judge, may we approach, please?
Why would she want to approach? She got something up her sleeve. One, last-ditch effort. Got a full house today. Got a full house today. That is Emily's mom. Whoa, hold on. What? Yeah, that's Emily's mom right there in the second from the left with the phone in her hand.
Folks need a break, or are we ready to hand out?
No, because I had sent the court something,
We have one last detail to deal with, then we'll bring it in quickly and go into the closing jury instructions, and then you'll get the case. Okay, but we'll take a quick break.
All right.
The pages have changed.
I see that. So.
Who knows?
It would be a lot easier if I had the hard copy, or if I could look at a hard copy.
We have 21 of them, are on there.
You can sit down.
Oh, please.
Yeah,
everyone
sorry,
sit
kiddo's
down.
being very bossy today. I have to remind her from time to time that she ain't the boss of me. Only she is the boss of me. But she don't know that.
Okay, now I know where are you ready?
What page?
12, first paragraph.
Well, huh.
So, as it now reads, to find Mr. Ferlazzo guilty of first-degree murder, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt the killing was not done under great provocation or sudden passion that would cause a reasonable person to lose self-control and act without thinking, as further defined in the remainder of the charge.
Right. We already dealt with that, I thought.
Okay, no, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. I still am asking, I did object.
Yeah, you've got,
Okay.
I mean, unless you want to repeat it.
No.
You objected that you wanted the full
Well,
thing that's repeated under second degree, repeated under first, I think is what you said.
so I do object for the reasons stated, and I also object to the language of reasonable doubt.
Okay, yeah. Good. Are we ready for the jury? Okay, promise to move.
Oh, I thought we were taking a break, because he's not here.
Oh, he's not here. Okay, we're not ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that. That would be clear.
So I'm confused between. Hold on, just 1 second, please. Oh, she's wearing me out today. She's wanting to wear her Minnie Mouse mittens, and she's so particular about when she puts them on. Yeah, she's currently upset right now. I can tell. I heard her in the other room. This child. Kylie's mom says, wow, still on the defense's questions. I'm definitely going to go finish later. Dr. Russell is one of the best educated women I've ever seen in court. She showed up. Oh, you mean there for the today, you mean, Skylab? I don't think I ever saw her. I don't think they mentioned. He said yesterday that he had a friend in court. Kiddo, I don't know how you want me to do this. I don't, here, try one more time. Is that better? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, okay. I don't know if she's there today. They panned the um um they panned the gallery a while ago, but I didn't notice. I was too busy looking at Emily's mom. So I missed between what was going on with Kiddo and now. Okay, I think the camera's moving again. I think they were just getting a few things in order before they read the charging instructions, right? I think that's what they're doing. They're going to do that next. And he said the judge said because the closings were so short in time that they would do that and then go straight into the charging instructions and then send them on back. So that's good. He always has the same look on his face. Hey, Miss King. How you doing? How are you? I'll have to fix another cup of coffee because I am out. Yeah, it's empty. I got one little smidge. Well, I didn't even get it. There. One little drip. One little drop. Henny said, "Are we going to watch Chloe's sentencing?" So, is it over or is it still going? Because I was watching that too. Let me look. I think it's over, isn't it? Because I think they already did the sentencing. We can go watch that while they're
I agree, but
So what we can do is, I won't send in initially, I'd rather get the jury started.
Fine.
And we'll get them, but I'm not inclined to put anything about passion or any of that. They've had those instructions. Each one is taking, there's a copy of the instructions. They're taking it with them to the jury room.
I saw that too,
They'll
QB.
have the definitions
I saw that.
in there.
I just thought it was confusing because it's inconsistent with the instructions.
Yeah, Skylab, the husband. Well, I guess technically boyfriend, legally.
Because your instructions on page 12 indicate that in order to find guilty, that's fine. The killing is not done under the provocation. And that's not in the verdict form.
Turn the volume down a little bit. I can't handle that static. Oof. Okay, they're bringing the jury in. What I was going to say is that I don't know. He did. He was looking a hot mess, right? And this is something I said to the girls in Discord. I said, no wonder him and the guy that drinks his own pee get along so, which he probably drinks his own pee too. I think he does. But because I see why they get along so well, because they're one and the same. They're the same person, pretty much. they're identical in personality. So, but for those of you that didn't watch the Chloe Driver trial, that was the baby Hannah that the mom, murdered. I did kind of feel like they got the sentence right with her. Or the verdict, I mean, because I do feel like she was mentally ill. But also, let's see. Chaloon's skipping the defense part. Might as well. It's just a bunch of word salad. She's like, here, let me at least say something for 5 or 10, 15 minutes so I can at least look like I'm doing something. But yeah, Henny, I think after Kylie's mom, I think she got life with the possibility of parole. I'm pretty sure. I knew that they did the sentencing, but I'm pretty sure, someone can correct me in the chat if I'm wrong on that, but I think that she got life with the possibility of parole.
Ladies and gentlemen,
but she has to serve a maximum of so many years, like 30 years. Okay, QB, yeah. Parole after 30 years.
it's now time that I read jury instructions to you. You'll note that each of you has a copy of the jury instructions. You're free to read along with me. I'll be saying them out loud, so if you prefer just to listen, you can do that. But if it's helpful
we will, once he reads the charging instructions, then when they send the jury back, while we start the verdict watch, we can do the Chloe Driver sentencing. We'll watch that while we wait for a little bit.
read along, that's fine too. You'll be able to take a copy of these instructions into the jury room with you when you begin your deliberations. Members of the jury, now that you've heard the evidence and the arguments, I must instruct you on the law that applies to this case. You must follow the laws stated in the...
Billy, I don't know. No, she finished. She finished. Just then they were discussing some charging things. But no, she wasn't cut off.
These instructions. You must determine the facts based on the evidence that is presented in
While
the case.
he's reading these, I'm going to run and take a quick potty break.
That I give you in these instructions.
And make me some more coffee.
You must not single out any one instruction as stating the law. You must consider...
If you guys have not yet voted in the poll, there is a poll in the chat. So make sure to vote.
On bias, prejudice, or sympathy.
I'll be right back.
Do not consider consequences. In your deliberations, you are not to consider what happens after your verdict. Under Vermont law, all matters after the verdict are solely the responsibility.
Okay, Billy. She must have withdrawn her objection or something. I'm not sure. I don't know.
The court. The charge. The state has charged Joseph Ferlazzo with first-degree murder of Emily Ferlazzo as follows. that Joseph Ferlazzo in the county of Chittenden at Bolton on or about October 16, 2021, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation with intent to kill, unlawfully killed a person, to wit, Emily Ferlazzo, by shooting her twice in the head. Mr. Ferlazzo has pleaded not guilty to the charge. On or about. You will note that the charge alleges that the offense was committed on or about October 16, 2021. The proof need not establish with certainty the exact date of the alleged offense. It is sufficient evidence in the case proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the offense was committed within the period of the date alleged. The charge is not evidence. The fact that Mr. Ferlazzo is on trial is not evidence against him. Likewise, the charge that the state has filed is not evidence of Mr. Ferlazzo's guilt. You are not to be influenced by the fact that the state has brought this charge against him. The burden is on the state to prove that Mr. Ferlazzo is guilty. Presumption of innocence. Mr. Ferlazzo is presumed to be innocent of the charge. This is called the presumption of innocence. Although Mr. Ferlazzo is accused, he is innocent at the beginning of the trial. This presumption of innocence stays with him throughout the trial and during your deliberations. The presumption is itself a piece of evidence which you should consider in Mr. Ferlazzo's favor in deciding whether to find him guilty or not guilty. The presumption of innocence means that you must find Mr. Ferlazzo not guilty unless, after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Evidence. Your duty is to determine the facts from the evidence. The evidence is the oral testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits which have been introduced into evidence. Any testimony which I have stricken from the record or excluded from the case is not evidence, and the comments and arguments of the attorneys are not evidence. Furthermore, I do not intend to indicate one way or another as to how you should decide this case based on my rulings I have made or anything I have said. The attorneys have a duty to object to questions or answers which they believe are not admissible. You may not hold it against either side if an attorney feels it is necessary to make objections. Circumstantial evidence. There are two types of evidence from which you may find the facts of this case: direct and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is the testimony of one who asserts actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances which may tend to prove or disprove an issue in the case. For example, if a witness were to tell you that he or she had seen fresh cow tracks in a field, the observations of a witness would be direct evidence which, if believed, would point to the presence of cow or cows on that property. This inference to be drawn from the observations would be circumstantial evidence that there were cows on that property. The law does not require that Mr. Ferlazzo's guilt be established by direct evidence alone, that is, by testimony of someone who actually saw Mr. Ferlazzo commit the alleged act or offense. One or more of the essential elements, or all of the essential elements, may be established by reasonable inference from other facts which are established by direct evidence testimony. Circumstantial evidence alone may be sufficient proof of the commission of a crime upon which to find a defendant guilty. The law makes no distinction between the weight to be given to direct or circumstantial evidence, nor is a greater degree of certainty required of circumstantial evidence than of direct evidence. You should consider all of the evidence in the case and give it such weight as you think it deserves. Credibility of witnesses. You are the sole judges of the evidence. The credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the testimony of each of them is up to you. In considering the testimony of any witness, you may take into account their ability and opportunity to observe, the manner and conduct of the witness while testifying, any interest, bias, or prejudice the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the testimony of the witness considered in the light of all the evidence in the case. Inconsistencies or discrepancies in the testimony of a witness or between the testimony of different witnesses may or may not cause you to discredit such testimony. Two or more persons witnessing an incident or transaction might see it or hear it differently. In weighing the effect of a discrepancy, consider whether it pertains to a matter of importance or to an unimportant detail. You may believe all the testimony of any witness, believe it in part and disbelieve it in part, or you may reject it altogether. You do not have to accept the testimony of any witness, even if it is uncontradicted. It is for you to say what you will believe and what you will disbelieve. Credibility of witnesses, police officers. In this case, you have heard testimony from police officers. You should consider such testimony in the same way that you consider any other testimony in the case. In evaluating the officer's credibility, you should use the same law you apply to the testimony of any other witness. As with any other witness, you may consider the officer's testimony in light of their training and experience. You should not give either greater or lesser weight to the testimony of a witness merely because the witness is a police officer. Expert witnesses. You have heard testimony from expert witnesses. An expert is a witness who has extra knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education about a particular subject. The value of an opinion given by an expert witness depends on their ability and upon the facts they use as the basis of their opinion. If the facts used by the expert are proven by the evidence, and if the expert is highly qualified, and if they are impartial, then their opinion may be of great value. On the other hand, if the expert's opinion is based upon one or more facts that are not supported by the evidence, or if the expert is biased or not qualified, then their testimony may be of little or no value. As with any other witness, you may accept all or part or none of the expert's testimony. You may give the expert's testimony whatever weight you think it deserves and consider it together with all other evidence. Defendant as witness. Mr. Ferlazzo has taken the stand and testified in this case. He has the right to testify if he decides to do so. You are to weigh his testimony the same way you weigh the testimony of any other witness. Defendant's statement. You heard testimony and viewed evidence that Mr. Ferlazzo made statements to Detective James Boris concerning the incident involved in this case. You must determine whether Mr. Ferlazzo made those statements and whether he made them voluntarily. Before you may consider any alleged confession, you must find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the confession was voluntary. In other words, that it was the product of a free and deliberate choice rather than coercion or improper inducement. In assessing voluntariness, you should consider the totality of the circumstances under which the statements were made. You may consider such factors as the location, the other persons present, Mr. Ferlazzo's emotional state, and his personal characteristics. You may consider the statements to be voluntary if they were the product of Mr. Ferlazzo's free and rational choice. If you find that Mr. Ferlazzo's statements were not voluntary, then you may not consider them at all during your deliberations. If you determine beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ferlazzo's statements were voluntary, then you should give them whatever weight as you think they deserve under the circumstances. Number of witnesses. The fact that one side may have called more witnesses than the other side is of no significance. Your task is to evaluate the credibility of the witnesses and to weigh all of the evidence. Exhibits. The exhibits which have been introduced are evidence, along with the testimony for your consideration. The court officer will take the exhibits to the jury room, and you may examine them in your deliberations. When you reach a verdict, you should return the exhibits to the court officer. Two kinds of exhibits: the magazine and live ammunition exhibit, and also the video and audio recordings, including Mr. Ferlazzo's recorded statements and the PowerPoint of the geolocation evidence will not be in the jury room. To view these exhibits, please give a note to the court officer, and they will be played for you or viewed by you in the courtroom. Stipulation of fact. The state and Mr. Ferlazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. These are called stipulations of fact and have been admitted as exhibits. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give these stipulations. Use of electronic devices. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence admitted during the trial. During your deliberations, you must not seek any information about this case from any outside source, including but not limited to television, newspaper, radio, cell phones, iPhones, smartphones, social networking sites, or any site on the internet. You also must not communicate by any means about your deliberations with anyone who is not a fellow juror. This includes tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a social networking site or other website, or any other means of communication at all. Juror note-taking. During this trial, you have been provided with pen and paper, and some of you have taken notes. As I explained at the beginning of the trial, all jurors should be given equal attention during the deliberations regarding of whether or not they have taken notes, regardless, of whether or not they have taken notes. Any notes you have taken may only be used to refresh your memory during deliberations. You may not use your notes as authority to persuade your fellow jurors as to what a witness did or did not say. In your deliberations, you must rely upon your collective memory of the evidence in deciding the facts of the case. If there is any difference between your memory of the evidence and your notes,
Okay, Billy.
you may ask that the record of the proceedings be read.
Okay, Billy. Tanika, yeah, I saw Miss King answered your question. And then why are they drinking their pee? So they're like, I don't know, naturalists sort of people. And apparently they believe that if you drink your own urine, it's antibacterial and it is healthy and beneficial. I don't know. I don't know.
Back. If a difference still exists, the record must prevail over your notes. Personal knowledge or experience of juror. In deliberating upon your verdict, you are not expected to put aside matters of common knowledge or your own observations or experience of the general affairs of life. You may use matters of common knowledge or personal observations or experience to evaluate the evidence presented at trial. You may use the knowledge and experience which you possess in weighing evidence and testing its credibility. However, a juror having special knowledge of a subject may neither state this knowledge to fellow jurors nor act upon it themselves in arriving at a verdict. You must not tell your fellow jurors about matters which are based on special knowledge concerning an issue in the case on trial, which did not come from the evidence received in the courtroom in this case. Burden of proof. The state bears the burden of proving Mr. Ferlazzo's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This means that the state must prove each of the essential elements of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof remains on the state throughout the trial and never shifts to Mr. Ferlazzo. Mr. Ferlazzo does not have to prove that he is innocent. He is not required to call any witnesses or to present any evidence or to testify in his own behalf. Reasonable doubt. The state's burden is to prove Mr. Ferlazzo's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no precise definition of reasonable doubt. The state does not have to prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense, which comes from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or the lack of evidence in the case. It is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt. Mr. Ferlazzo may not be convicted based on suspicion or conjecture. If you have a reasonable doubt, you must find Mr. Ferlazzo not guilty, even if you think that the charge is probably true. If after you have considered all the evidence and these instructions, you have a reasonable doubt about Mr. Ferlazzo's guilt, then you must find him not guilty. On the other hand, if you are convinced of Mr. Ferlazzo's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find him guilty. Essential elements of the charged crime. Again, the state has charged Mr. Ferlazzo with first-degree murder as follows. Joseph Ferlazzo, in the county of Chittenden, at Bolton, on or about October 16, 2021, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with intent to kill, unlawfully killed a person, to wit, Emily Ferlazzo, by shooting her twice in the head. Every crime is made up of essential elements. Before Mr. Ferlazzo can be found guilty of the charge, the state must have proven each of the essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt. In this case, the essential elements are that on the date and at the place alleged, 1, Joseph Ferlazzo; 2, caused the death of Emily Ferlazzo; 3, the killing was unlawful; 4, Mr. Ferlazzo's killing of Ms. Ferlazzo was willful; 5, his killing of Ms. Ferlazzo was deliberate; and 6, his killing of Ms. Ferlazzo was premeditated. The first element is that Joseph Ferlazzo is the person who committed the alleged acts. The second essential element is that Mr. Ferlazzo caused the death of Emily Ferlazzo. The state must have proven that Mr. Ferlazzo's acts produced Ms. Ferlazzo's death in a natural and continuous sequence, unbroken by any efficient intervening cause. You must conclude that Ms. Ferlazzo's life ended by means other than natural causes, accident, or suicide. You must also conclude that, but for Mr. Ferlazzo's acts, Ms. Ferlazzo's death would not have occurred. Here, the state alleges that Joseph Ferlazzo caused the death of Emily Ferlazzo by shooting her twice in the head. The third essential element is that the killing was unlawful. The term unlawful killing means that Ms. Ferlazzo was killed without legal excuse or legal justification. Legal excuse or justification ordinarily refers to such things as self-defense or legal necessity. A killing may be justified where a person acts in self-defense. Here, the state must have proven that Mr. Ferlazzo did not act in self-defense. The fourth, fifth, and sixth essential elements require the state to have proven that Mr. Ferlazzo's killing of Ms. Ferlazzo was willful, deliberate, and premeditated. The mental state or intent with which a person does an act may be shown by the way in which they express it to others or by their conduct. In determining Mr. Ferlazzo's mental state or intent, you should consider all of the surrounding facts and circumstances established by the evidence. The fourth essential element is that Mr. Ferlazzo's killing of Ms. Ferlazzo was willful. A willful act is one which is knowing and intentional. You may find that the killing was willful if Mr. Ferlazzo killed Ms. Ferlazzo on purpose and not accidentally, carelessly, or unintentionally. The fifth essential element is that Mr. Ferlazzo's killing of Ms. Ferlazzo was deliberate. An act is deliberate if it is carefully considered. Mr. Ferlazzo must not have acted out of sudden impulse, but rather after deliberating for a period of time, however long or short. Deliberation is the act of thinking about and considering the reasons for and against an act or course of conduct. A person may think about killing over a period of months or over a period of seconds. Either period of time may be enough. The issue is the extent and quality of the deliberation, not its duration. Although also it is not enough to show that Mr. Ferlazzo had enough time to deliberate, the state must have proven that he actually thought about killing Ms. Ferlazzo before he did it. The last essential element is that Mr. Ferlazzo's killing of Ms. Ferlazzo was premeditated. A killing is premeditated if the actor thinks about it and plans it for some period of time before acting. Premeditation differs from deliberation in that it involves planning how to do an act, in addition to thinking about whether or not to do it. No specific amount of time is required. As with deliberation, a person may plan a killing over a period of months or over a period of seconds. Both may be premeditation. The issue is the extent and quality of the premeditation, not its duration. Again, it is not enough to show that there was enough time for premeditation. The state must have proven that Mr. Ferlazzo actually thought about killing Ms. Ferlazzo and planned it before he did it. To find Mr. Ferlazzo guilty of first-degree murder, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the killing was not done under great provocation or sudden passion that would cause a reasonable person to lose self-control and act without thinking, and as further defined in the remainder of the charge. The state bears the burden of proving all of the essential elements. If the state has not proven each of the essential elements of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find Mr. Ferlazzo not guilty of first-degree murder. However, if the state has proven all of the essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of guilty. Self-defense. Evidence has been introduced bearing on the issue of self-defense as justification for the use of deadly force by Mr. Ferlazzo. The state bears the burden of proving that the use of deadly force was unlawful. A use of deadly force committed in lawful self-defense is lawful and not a crime. Here, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ferlazzo did not act in self-defense. He has no burden of proof on this issue. A person has the right to defend himself when he is attacked or when he reasonably believes he is in imminent danger of being killed or suffering great bodily harm. A person in that situation has the right to use only such force as is reasonably necessary to repel the attack or the perceived imminent danger. A use of deadly force is justified by self-defense if, 1, Mr. Ferlazzo reasonably believed that he was in imminent danger of being killed or of suffering great bodily harm, and, 2, Mr. Ferlazzo's use of deadly force was reasonably necessary to repel the perceived threat. The right of self-defense does not require that the person actually be assaulted, but Mr. Ferlazzo must have believed that he was in imminent danger of great bodily harm, and his belief must have been reasonable under the circumstances. His expectation of harm must have been based upon fact and not on some imaginary fear. Furthermore, if he honestly and reasonably believed it was immediately necessary to use deadly force to protect himself from an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury, the law does not require him to retreat. Self-defense requires that Mr. Ferlazzo must have had a reasonable fear of imminent harm. In deciding this issue, must consider what he knew about Ms. Ferlazzo at the time. You may consider their relationship history, including any aggressive or hostile acts by Ms. Ferlazzo, and any other evidence you consider relevant, including who started the confrontation. When assessing the reasonableness of Mr. Ferlazzo's fear, you may consider the individual characteristics of Mr. Ferlazzo and Ms. Ferlazzo, such as their respective size, gender, age, physical condition, strength, stamina, courage, and assertiveness. Self-defense permits only the amount of force that is reasonably necessary to repel the perceived harm. A person may use the amount of force that reasonably appears to be necessary under all of the circumstances known to them at the time. In this case, you must decide whether Mr. Ferlazzo reasonably believed it was necessary to use the amount of force that he did use. When a person has reasonable grounds to believe that an assault is imminent, he need not wait until it actually occurs before he may resort to self-defense. Once the issue of self-defense appears in the case, the burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ferlazzo did not act in self-defense or that the force used by Mr. Ferlazzo was excessive under the circumstances. Mr. Ferlazzo is not required to prove that he acted in self-defense. Again, all of the elements of the offense must have been present at the same time. If the state has proven each of the essential elements of first-degree murder beyond a reasonable doubt, then you will be done with your deliberations, and you must return a verdict that Mr. Ferlazzo is guilty of first-degree murder, self-defense, and lesser included offenses. If you conclude that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ferlazzo did not act in self-defense in the killing of Ms. Ferlazzo, then he acted lawfully and cannot be found guilty of any lesser included offense, and your deliberations are over. If you decide that the state has not proven each of the essential elements of first-degree murder, then you must consider whether Mr. Ferlazzo is guilty of one of the lesser offenses, or if you are unable to agree upon a verdict concerning the charge of first-degree murder, after all reasonable efforts to reach a unanimous verdict, then you may move on to consider the lesser offenses, lesser included offenses. The lesser included offenses to first-degree murder are second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter. There is no involuntary manslaughter in this case. The first three elements for all of the lesser offenses are the same as the first three elements for first-degree murder, namely the state must have proven that Mr. Ferlazzo, 1, that it was Mr. Joseph Ferlazzo, 2, caused the death of Emily Ferlazzo, and 3, the killing was unlawful. However, for lesser offenses, the state need not have proven that the killing was willful, deliberate, and premeditated. The mental states are different for each of the, and again, that's an error of the 2 lesser offenses. As you consider the mental state of the lesser offenses, you must also consider whether Mr. Ferlazzo's mental state was influenced by extenuating circumstances, such as sudden passion or great provocation that would have caused a reasonable person to lose self-control. Second-degree murder. The first lesser offense for you to consider is second-degree murder. If you reach the point of deciding whether or not the state has proven the lesser crime of second-degree murder, you must consider whether the state has proven the following essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt. That on the date alleged and at the place alleged, 1, Joseph Ferlazzo, 2, caused the death of Emily Ferlazzo, 3, the killing was unlawful, 4, in causing the death of Ms. Ferlazzo, Mr. Ferlazzo acted with an intent to kill or an intent to do great bodily harm or a wanton disregard of the likelihood that the death or great bodily harm would result. And 5, when he caused the death of Ms. Ferlazzo, Mr. Ferlazzo's mental state was not influenced by extenuating circumstances such as sudden passion or great provocation that would have caused a reasonable person to lose self-control. The first 3 elements are defined in the same way as they are for first-degree murder. The fourth essential element of second-degree murder is that in causing the death of Ms. Ferlazzo, Mr. Ferlazzo acted with 1, an intent to kill, or 2, an intent to do great bodily harm, or 3, a wanton disregard of the likelihood that death or great bodily harm would result. As you consider Mr. Ferlazzo's mental state at the time of the killing, you should consider all of the facts and circumstances, and you must decide whether the state has proven that Mr. Ferlazzo acted with at least one of the 3 mental states. A person acts intentionally if he or she acts purposely and not inadvertently because of mistake or by accident. You may find that Mr. Ferlazzo acted intentionally if it was his conscious objective to cause death or great bodily harm to Ms. Ferlazzo. The term great bodily harm means bodily injury, which involves a substantial risk of death, serious permanent disfigurement, or long-term loss or impairment of the function of any part or of an organ of the body. As used here, a wanton act is a reckless act done with extreme indifference to the probability that someone would die as a result. It is more than extreme negligence. The state must have proven that Mr. Ferlazzo was actually aware of the risk of death or great bodily harm, and that he ignored the risk. In determining Mr. Ferlazzo's state of mind, you should consider all of the surrounding facts and circumstances established by the evidence. The last essential element of second-degree murder is that when he caused the death of Ms. Ferlazzo, Mr. Ferlazzo's mental state was not influenced by extenuating circumstances such as sudden passion or great provocation that would have caused a reasonable person to lose self-control. Even if the state has proven the first four elements of second-degree murder, the presence of sudden passion or great provocation could mitigate the killing without justifying it altogether. Any person who is assaulted with violence or with an act of extreme insult may be provoked to a sudden impulse or anger which cannot be resisted until the person cools off. Words alone do not establish an act of extreme insult. If this person attacks their assailant and causes death, the killing may be found to be the result of anger or heat of passion. A killing is voluntary manslaughter and not second-degree murder if Mr. Ferlazzo was adequately provoked, did not have enough time to cool off, and in fact did not cool off, and if his inability to cool off within that time was reasonable under the circumstances. As used in this charge, the term sudden passion refers to such passion as would cause a reasonable person under the same or similar circumstances to act rashly and without reflection and deliberation. Sudden passion means that Mr. Ferlazzo acted or reacted from emotion, not from reason. Great provocation refers to a degree of provocation that would cause a reasonable person to lose self-control and to act without thinking. A mere annoyance or irritation is not enough. Words alone, no matter how offensive, insulting, or abusive, are not enough to reasonably provoke the use of deadly force. If there was sudden passion or great provocation, but not enough time passed between the provocation and Mr. Ferlazzo's alleged acts to allow a reasonable person to cool off, then the acts cannot be said to have resulted from sudden passion or great provocation. As to the last essential element of second-degree murder, the state must have proven that when Mr. Ferlazzo committed the acts that killed Ms. Ferlazzo, his state of mind was not influenced by sudden passion or great provocation that would have caused a reasonable person to lose self-control.
Judge, I think Dana has page 18.
Yeah. Page 18 is missing.
The next page.
Thank you, Dana.
Are
Is
you
this-
also missing page 18?
I have 18.
We don't. None of us do.
You don't have 18.
We do now.
Huh. I get why. Okay. All of the elements of the offense must have been present at the same time. If the state has proven each of the essential elements of second-degree murder beyond a reasonable doubt, then you will be done with your deliberations, and you must return a verdict that Mr. Ferlazzo is guilty of second-degree murder. If you decide that the state has not proven each of the essential elements of second-degree murder, then you must consider whether Mr. Ferlazzo is guilty of one of the lesser offense, or if you are unable to agree upon a verdict concerning the offense of second-degree murder after after all reasonable efforts to reach unanimous verdict, then you may move on to consider the other lesser offense of voluntary manslaughter. I'm going to ask each of you to cross off "and involuntary manslaughter" that exists there if you have a pen, or at least do it in the jury room. And it was also on page 14. And please cross it off on the bottom of 14, second line after lesser included offense. And on the next page, it says 3 lesser offenses. There are only 2 lesser offenses. That was a mistake the court made. Voluntary manslaughter is a lesser offense than second-degree murder. It is an intentional, unlawful killing of another human being committed under extenuating circumstances that mitigate but do not justify the killing, such as sudden passion or great provocation that would cause a reasonable person to lose self-control. A killing is voluntary manslaughter as opposed to murder if Mr. Ferlazzo lost control because of the sudden passion or great provocation, if he did not regain control before the alleged killing, and if a reasonable person in the same situation would not have regained control within the same time. If you reach the point of deciding whether or not the state has proven the lesser charge of voluntary manslaughter, you must consider whether the state has proven the following essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt. That on the date alleged and at the place alleged, 1, Joseph Ferlazzo; 2, caused the death of Emily Ferlazzo; 3, the killing was unlawful; and 4, in causing the death of Ms. Ferlazzo, Mr. Ferlazzo acted with intent to kill or an intent to do great bodily harm, or a wanton disregard of the likelihood that the death or wanton disregard of the likelihood that death or great bodily injury harm would result. The first 3 essential elements are defined in the same way as they are defined for first-degree murder and for second-degree murder. The fourth and last element of voluntary manslaughter also contains the same 3 mental states that form the fourth element of second-degree murder. The state must have proven that in causing the death of Emily Ferlazzo, Mr. Ferlazzo acted with 1, an intent to kill, or 2, an intent to do great bodily harm, or 3, a wanton disregard of the likelihood that death or great bodily harm would result. You must apply the same definitions I have given you, and you must decide whether the state has proven Mr. Ferlazzo acted with 1 or more of these 3 mental states. At the same time, you may find that the degree of crime is reduced from second-degree murder to voluntary manslaughter if Mr. Ferlazzo's mental state was influenced by sudden passion or great provocation. The state bears the burden on this issue. If the state has proven the 4 elements that are the same for second-degree murder and for voluntary manslaughter, but if the state has not proven a lack of passion or provocation, then the state has proven voluntary manslaughter but not second-degree murder. In other words, the presence of sudden passion or great provocation can reduce the degree of crime from second-degree murder to voluntary manslaughter. However, if the state has proven the 4 essential elements of voluntary manslaughter, the presence of sudden passion or great provocation does not reduce the degree of crime below the level of voluntary manslaughter. All of the elements of the offense must have been present at the same time. If the state has proven each of the essential elements of voluntary manslaughter beyond a reasonable doubt, then you will be done with your deliberations. You must return a verdict that Mr. Ferlazzo is guilty of voluntary manslaughter. Presumption of innocence. This is a different take on it. When considering the degree of unlawful killing that might be involved in this case, the presumption of innocence plays 2 roles. First, Mr. Ferlazzo is presumed to be innocent of any crime. Second, if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ferlazzo committed an unlawful killing, then you must give him the benefit of any reasonable doubt in deciding the degree of the offense. In other words, you must apply the presumption of innocence and weigh it against the evidence at each step of your deliberations. Nevertheless, if all of the evidence weighed along with the presumption of innocence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ferlazzo is guilty of one of the higher degrees of unlawful killing, then you must find him guilty of the highest degree of offense that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Verdict. Your verdict will be one of the four possible verdicts: not guilty of any crime, 2, guilty of first-degree murder. 3, guilty of second-degree murder. Or 4, guilty of voluntary manslaughter. Concluding remarks. Jury deliberations. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. To return a verdict of guilty or not guilty, you must all agree. Your verdict must be unanimous. You must consult with one another. You must try to reach an agreement if you can do so without sacrificing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if you are convinced it is wrong. But do not surrender your honest opinion as to the weight or effect of evidence solely because of the opinions of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. If you need to communicate with me, you should send a note to the court officer signed by the moderator. You should not tell anyone how the jury stands numerically or otherwise until after you have reached a unanimous verdict and you have been discharged. Even then, you need not speak to anyone about this case unless you want to. When you have reached a verdict, tell the court officer that you have reached a verdict, but do not tell the officer what the verdict is. You will then be brought into the courtroom where I shall ask you if you have reached a verdict and if you have, what it is. And in this regard, you will get a special verdict form on which to write it, which I'll describe in a minute. So before I talk about the moderator's duties, I can't know the moderator until I know who the jury is. And this is the sad time because you have all given such careful attention to the case that I must excuse 4 of you. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into chambers with the attorneys, and I have a little app on my phone that randomly selects. I've put in the numbers 1 through 16, and I push it 4 times. And wherever those numbers are, those will be the people who are excused. It's random.
Yeah, Chaloon, he's
I am
still
going to
talking.
ask the first 2 people that I excuse, I'm going to ask you can go home, but I'm going to continue to admonish you not to discuss the case. In the unlikely event that the other 12 lose a juror for any reason during deliberations, I want the other 2 jurors to be ready to take over, and that can't work if in fact you discuss the case with anyone. So with that, I'll excuse us. We'll bring the microphone in. It will be on the record, but we'll turn off the sidebar, okay? And we'll be back very shortly. I ask you all to just remain seated, or if you need to stretch, to stretch.
All right, so he's going to go do the whole random number generator thing, pick the jurors. Bada bing, bada bang, bada boom. Yeah, those instructions take forever to read, Chaloon. They take forever and ever. Let's see. Can I speed it up any? Yeah, I can speed it up a few seconds. We're not too far behind. Who's looking at somebody in the gallery? Going away for a very long time, mister. Probably forever. Hopefully forever.
All right. Sadly, I told you I had to juror number 2, Mr. Carpenter, you're excused.
Judge, don't say their names. Mm-mm-mm.
So at this point, I'm going to appoint one of you as moderator of the jury. The moderator acts as a chairperson or foreperson. It is your duty to see that discussion is carried on in a sensible and orderly fashion, to see that issues submitted for your decision are fully and fairly discussed, and that every juror has a chance to say what they think upon every question. Where ballots should be taken, you will see that it is done. I'm going to keep members of the jury, I want to thank you for your attention throughout this case and these instructions. Ms., do you want to approach Ms. Jantz for any reason?
Just about the verdict form. Oh, yes. Thank you.
I shall now swear in the court officer. Mr. Provost, you solemnly swear that you will keep this jury together in some suitable place until they are agreed or discharged by order of the court, that you will suffer no person to speak to them concerning the cause on trial, nor will you speak to them yourself about the same, unless by order of the court, or to ask them whether they are agreed under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Okay. The jury is now excused to deliberate. We'll bring in, the court officer will bring in the exhibits that we've referred to already that can go in there with you. And again, if you need to review any of the videos or anything else that's only in the courtroom, write a note and we'll make that happen.
All right.
All right.
Anything else right now?
Just with respect to the verdict form that I said did not include any mention of passion or provocation because it's in the instructions, but the fact that it's not on the verdict form, I think is confusing. The verdict form asks them only about the essential elements of the charge and doesn't include the language about passion or provocation.
It doesn't include intent, it doesn't include premeditation, it doesn't include any of the charge language because it already had been instructed. This is at this point just naming the charge. And it does it for all three of the charges. So we'll note your objection, but we'll leave the, unless there's any further objection, we'll leave the form as is. Okay, we're excused for now. Obviously, it's good to hang around. Are you going to stay around here, Ms. Gant? Okay.
Trying to find a way to do like a stopwatch. I mean, I could do it on my phone, but I wanted it to be like on the screen, you know? Because I started at about 3:20 is what I'm going to say. 321. So let me try to maneuver around here. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute, Mr. Postman. All right, so has everybody voted that wants to vote? Has everybody voted in the poll? We've got 19 votes. 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, maybe this just wasn't updated. Hold on. Let me refresh the page. Okay. All right, so we have 24 votes, it looks like. Awesome sauce. All right. We have, I'm going to put 3:21 as the time. Can I set a stopwatch? Da 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 da. What, baby? Okay, hold on. Hold on, I gotta close my eyes. She's wanting to surprise me with something. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm back. She's so cute. She surprises me with the same thing over and over. Like I'm gonna have a different reaction the next time. I just love her so much. All right, so I guess I'll start the stopwatch, but I'll have to add like 4 minutes onto whatever time that's on there. Hey, Kel. I know, right? She's like, close your eyes. Close your eyes. She's so funny. All right, so my stopwatch is going. Stopwatch is going. 24 votes in the poll. I need to change the title to Verdict Watch. I'm going to do a quick little brief intermission. I'm going to put the, hold on, let me change the banner. Verdict Watch. Hold on, folks. I need to edit this one. Sorry, I can't do more than a couple things at the same. I have to give whatever I'm doing my full attention. I'm not good at multitasking. Let me give you all a little bit of music. That'll help. A little bit of music. I like the Feeding the Ducks. That's what that song's called. Feeding the Ducks. makes me go like this. Sorry. Oh my goodness. All right. There, I changed that. All right, you guys, I'm going to put the intermission screen up for just a few minutes until I get some more things switched around, and I will be right back. Okay. I am back. I think I got all my ducks in a row. I have the... I'm waiting on a message from someone. I texted someone, and someone isn't texting me back. Anyway. Multitasking is overrated anyway. You know, they actually say that scientifically, people who say that they're good at multitasking really aren't. There's like scientific proof that multitasking is not productive, because something, whatever items you're doing multitasking, something is suffering and not getting your full attention, right? So, whether that's true or not, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of level of items you're multitasking. But I can't talk to you guys and edit and change things. You know what I mean? I can't do that. I'm not good at that. This Hana Kobayashi stuff is killing me, man. Jennifer Coffindaffer just posted this on Twitter. When was this? Yesterday. It says Hana Kobayashi is fine and with family. What a waste of time and resources. From all of us who spend hours advocating for the missing and helping find missing people on our platforms and behind the scenes, I'm glad she is fine, but this case should give us all pause. Bless Hannah's father, who gave his life during this ordeal. I will leave it at that, she said. That blows my mind. That whole situation. Okay. So, Chaloon says, yeah, it takes longer or you don't do it correctly. Right. There you go. Patricia said, so wrong. I hope they return the GoFundMe money, and she deserves charges for committing immigration fraud. Oof. I think it was it Miss King yesterday? You said she deserved charges, like the gal who pretended that she was kidnapped, that saw the baby on the side of the interstate and swore that somebody took her and painted her toenails and fed her Twizzlers or cracked Cheez-Its. Or I can't remember what it was. Some kind of snack crackers or something. Yeah. Painted her toenails and fed her Cheez-It crackers. Oh my God. That was nuts. That was nuts. It was Cheez-Its. Okay. Cheez-Its. I watched that video, the like CCTV or whatever you call that, the like highway cam video that they had. And I watched that over and over and over and over to see. I'm like, I'm not seeing what you're seeing. I'm not seeing what she says happened. You know, it's like, all of a sudden, I remember it clearly, you know, seeing her pull off on the side of the interstate. And then you had all these different YouTube creators who were like, oh, I think I see a little baby. Or I think I see somebody drag her off the side of the road. No. Hi, Cordelia. Yeah, they are deliberating. They're deliberating. I don't think it's going to take long at all. I don't think it's going to take long at all. Okay, hold on just a second. I have to do something real quick. Mm. Um. Well, I hope they do, Miss King. I mean, I would be livid. Oh, never. Hi. Hold on, let me fix the audio. Hi.
Okay. Hi. Um, what is going on with everything? Okay. Hi.
Look who it is, you guys.
Hey, y'all. I'm trying to get my
Hi.
headphones to work.
Oh, I hear me echoing.
There we go. Oh, oh, yeah. Oh, geez, that's really loud. That ringing in my ear. My ears. My
I'm
ears.
sorry. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. Um, I said send me the link, and then I was like, oh, wait a minute. I know where it is.
Yeah, I went to
Sherry
send it to you.
Jones. I don't know why I gotta say Sherry's whole name. Her whole government.
Her whole government.
Government. I'm so happy. Can y'all hear Squeaker? Squeaker says hi.
I heard squeakers.
Squeaker said hi. Squeaker says hi.
Hi,
Um,
squeak.
somehow when I came in this time,
Mm.
let me see if um,
Oh, is StreamYard being stupid?
it is. It like reset all my stuff. Echo cancellation. iPhone. Okay, all right. Because normally y'all can't hear squeakers, but anyways,
Mm.
I'm glad you asked me because I was just about to undo this bandage and I'm really not interested in seeing it. So I'm just gonna hang out with you.
So inform us, those of us that do not know what occurred to your appendage.
I had a whole accident last night. So
I haven't heard
my
about. I mean, I've heard the bare minimum, but I don't know what happened.
I want to be careful because it's a little grotesque and I don't want to skeeve people out.
Skeeve away.
Okay,
I
so
mean, this is a crime channel. If they can't handle
yeah.
what you're going to
So
say,
so my thermostat went out last night, which I still don't have fixed. Um, and so I was frustrated because of course, it doesn't happen at a decent hour. It was like 9 o'clock last night or something. No, 8 o'clock. So anyway, so I'm trying to get a thermostat, and I was trying to get that thermostat off, and so I was walking with purpose across the room, and I got off balance because of all the things, and instead of trying to fall again, I did like a triple step.
ooh, that sounds like something an ice skater would do.
Right. It was cool until it wasn't. So I did. You know what I'm talking about? That little
Mhm.
triple
Mhm.
step, like you try to
Mhm.
keep yourself from falling.
Mhm.
So it worked, but then I kicked a box,
Mm.
and my whole entire big toenail split in half and like came off.
Oh my
Um,
god.
yeah, like it. Yeah, it was bad. like like I was stumbling across the room and then I kicked the hard box. It was a plastic box. I say it was because I literally put my foot through it.
Before, or during, or after the toenail came off.
That's when the toenail came off.
That's what I was getting.
And
Yeah.
I'm not talking about like top to bottom. I'm talking about left to right. Like it
So it's kind of like
snapped.
this.
Well, I can't. Uh, yeah, I need a whole bubble wrap.
Like, did it snap
No,
like a book page open, like a book
no,
opening?
no, across, like left to right.
Oof.
Oh yeah, yeah. So I did a little surgery. I did not call a tow truck, Margaret. Yeah, they had a great time with me in Discord last night. Um,
Mm, I
so
missed it.
uh, Jenny be like coming into Discord and there's like 800 messages, and she picks and chooses what she sees, and she's like, "Oh, QB doesn't have heat, ma'am." I busted my whole. I'm lucky I didn't break my toe. Um.
See, I
Anyway,
read the nail broke, and my brain.
you just thought I did the tip of it or whatever.
Well, I don't even know that I read toe nail at first. It was afterwards. I thought you meant you broke a fingernail off, like a press on nail off
Mm,
your finger.
mm-mm. No, ma'am.
Yeah, no.
Mm-mm.
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 It's a whole Sherry. It's a whole big ouchie. See, that's why I call her Bubbles, because I don't ever know. Because you were saying her name wrong, and then you started saying it right. Now I don't know which way to say it.
The right
Um,
way is Cherie.
Sherry. Okay, well I'll just call you Bubbles. But anyways,
Yeah, I called her Sherry for 2, 3,
I
4 years.
know, I know. And Margaret, no, Morgana wants pictures, but Margaret doesn't. And I could put a spoiler on it. I'm afraid to take. So I did a little surgery last night because I'm like, I am not going to the ER. It was bleeding everywhere. It was bad. It was terrible. Um, and so I did a little surgery and I wrapped it up and uh, now I'm afraid to unwrap it because it hurts a lot. Oh, Squeaker says, meow.
I wouldn't mind seeing it.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
I mean, don't unwrap it though, right
No,
now.
I'm gonna wrap it. I got it because I gotta treat it. I gotta clean it again and put some stuff on it and rewrap it.
Mm.
Um, so I don't get an infection. Because no. So
Yeah,
I don't
no.
know. Like I don't know what's going on with me. Like I haven't been on here in so long, and we are not talking true crime. This is the cafe portion. If you're not interested, maybe if Jenny knows how, I think she probably does. She could just mark it, and this is when QB shuts up, and you can just scroll to there.
No. Well, Cordelia has,
Yeah, I see that.
yeah.
It hurt, right? I'm pretty sure I'm gonna lose the whole thing. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna lose the whole thing. But if it naturally comes off because you like drop something on it or whatever, dropping it on that hurts, but the nail coming off does not hurt. When you rip it off, no, ma'am, that it's bad. That's a bad, 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 bad
Mm.
feeling.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So I've been doing things and then keeping my foot up, but I need to unwrap it, and I got a big old. I mean, if y'all could see, my big toe is like twice the size
I
because
bet.
I did a little surgery and then uh I covered it and then I wrapped it with gauze and patted it because I was like, if I bump it in the middle of the night, I'm gonna die. I will die.
Mm.
Anyway, so yeah. So I've had the windows open. See, I don't live in a place like y'all live, okay? I live in a place where yesterday it was, no, day before yesterday, it was 80 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
And then, thank God, I did say a little prayer to sweet Jesus that it got cold because uh, I have no thermostat. So, and then, oh God, y'all, the Chronicles of QB. So then I got lucky. Oh, by the way, Jenny, I didn't know this. You should have a free express delivery from Walmart. You get one that comes in like 90 minutes with your thing. I didn't know that until I went on yesterday to try to find a thermostat, and they were like, we can have it to you in 90 minutes. And I was like, bet. So
Oh, okay.
for free even. So I am not in Florida. If I was in Florida, I would be dying right now. Now it's like in the 40s. I've got the windows open. Like, I kid you not. I've got the windows open. So I ordered, and I'm all excited, right? Free, whatever. Because God knows I'm not going to get it from Walmart because I busted my whole toe, right?
Yeah, like you're gonna get in there and walk around and go find
Right.
it.
Like, I can't even put a shoe on. So I order, right, and they bring it to me, and I have put in probably 100 thermostats. I kid you not, in my lifetime. I know how to do it. I used to live in Florida, Cordelia. I bet y'all freezing right now. 46 ain't no joke when you live in Florida. Especially in South Florida. Tampa's beautiful though. Anyway, so they bring me the thing, right? And so I do the right thing and I read the instructions. Okay. And you know how you were talking
The
about multitasking?
distractions.
You know, how you were talking about the multitasking earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I used to think I could multitask. That's a whole lie.
It
Okay.
is. It really is.
Something suffers.
Mm-hmm.
Something suffers. Let me tell you what suffered. So I was reading the instructions and I'm trying to find my little mini screwdriver because it's got little tiny mini screws. And God knows that, man-child takes it and then don't put it back where it goes. And so I'm looking for that and I'm trying to baby my toe and do all the things. So I take the old thermostat off. I put the new thermostat on. I'm like, oh yeah, I got to take this little staple out of here because it don't go there because I don't have the right wires or whatever. It's a whole thing. I don't know if you've ever done a thing, but it's anyway. So I take the little staple out and I put everything in and I set it on. And I turn the breaker back on and nothing.
Oh.
I'm sorry, what? Well, it clicked.
Well, that
I was
means
like,
it's getting something.
yeah, but it didn't turn on. So I was like, son of a. So I was like, crap.
So,
So I messed with it. Then it's like midnight, right? And I'm like, screw it. So I open all the windows. And I went to sleep. So I wake up and I was like, son of a biscuit. I was not supposed to take that little staple thing out. I forgot. If you
oh.
don't have all the wires, you leave the staple thing in for the connection. If you do have all the, so I was like, crap, I probably fried that whole thermostat.
Oh my
But let me
God.
see if it'll work. So I find the staple. God knows. Seriously, it's this little itty bitty tiny wire staple that goes in these itty bitty tiny little. I found it. So I put it
Thank
back in
God.
there. And I put everything back together, and the thermostat was like, yeah, no. So I'm like, fine. So I order another thermostat, and Walmart delivers it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It had been returned. It was open. It was missing stuff. I'm telling you, I'm losing my ever loving mind over here. So I'm like, y'all, biscuits. So I have ordered a third one.
Oh my God.
I put in a return for the second one. I did not put in a return for the first one because I killed it. That OnlyFans Cordelia squirrel. When I get stressed out, my squirrels are at a rave. It's bad. That OnlyFans, that's a crazy case.
Yeah, it is. She was
That's a
very.
crazy.
That case to me puts me in the mind of like if Amber Heard had actually killed Johnny Depp. That's
Yes.
how
Yes. Yes.
that's the vibe I get. Is like
Speaking
Johnny
of which.
Depp and Amber Heard, but somebody actually dies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So so that's been the Chronicles of QB.
The QB
That was
Chronicles.
just today, like last night and today. I mean, this is my life, like all the time.
Well, that's because you're QB. That's just who you are, ma'am.
It is. It's who I am as a person.
Hmm.
And it's a hot mess. So anyway, so I'm waiting for the third thermostat to be delivered.
Third time's a charm, right?
Yes. I have said another prayer to the sweet Jesus. Please, for the love,
Let this be the one.
let this be the one. Because otherwise, it's like something big, and then I got to have the people come, and I don't like having people in my house, and
Oh,
just a
yeah,
whole
yeah, yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, and y'all, I'm not weird. Well, I am weird. I just don't like people in my house, but I'm autoimmune, so I don't like to have germs coming in. It's bad enough the kids work like, doing the things they do with the public all day, and I'm like, y'all go in your room and take them germs over there.
Well, I mean, honestly, though, it's kind of the same,
Well,
for,
it's like keeping Jolie home.
yeah.
No, I get it. Like I don't. I go out to do the things that I have to do, like PT or doctor's appointments, go to CM, whatever the case may be, and she gets me sick. Um, Margaret, you better turn around. I might let y'all. I don't know, y'all. Every time somebody comes in this house, I get sick. So I'm just like, no.
That's not
And it's
good.
bad because I literally, y'all gonna be like, why are you doing this? I literally could call the apartment office and be like, can y'all come fix my AC?
I was going to say, why ain't you done that?
Because I don't want them in my house. They're just every single time. The last 2 times I've had an inspection, I've gotten sick.
Good grief.
Yep. So it's just I just don't have it in me to fight it. I don't have it in me to fight it. So anyway, so that's the QB Chronicles. And so
And Squeaker agrees.
Squeaker does agree. Can you hear her? I don't know why you can hear her.
Yeah.
Normally y'all can't hear. Hi, Mama. Hi. Can you say hi to the people?
Hi,
Can you say
Squeaker.
hi to the people? Say hi to the people.
Hi,
Um,
Squeaker.
Bright taking feet pics. I'm not taking
Mhm.
no feet pics.
Yeah, I really do want to see your big toe.
It's so gross. So here's the other thing I got to figure out. Like, first of all, your whole big toenail. Your whole big toenail. See, Chaloon agrees with me. I feel like a germaphobe, and I'm not. No, y'all can. Henny says hi. Um, she's like sitting on my stomach, and her face is like in my face. Um, yeah, I don't like. Thanks, Chaloon. Yeah, I have 2 autoimmunes, possibly working on a third. I'm over it. I hate it here.
Possibly working on a third. That's not good.
Well, once you have one, they kind of all decide to party together.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
That's how
So,
that
yeah, I'm
works.
afraid, Cordelia. I'm seriously afraid to look at my toe. Like it's bad. It's bad. Um, but so I don't know, like what deficiency it is that I have. Like, because we know I have so many. But
Mm.
um,
Maybe you should
you,
ask the nutritionist.
I don't hate her. I don't hate her. But oh yeah, look, Shalene, right? They just get it together and have a whole party. It is a toe deficiency, but so it's got to be my issues with like my vitamins and minerals and stuff that I can't keep my levels up. But my nails are like, I don't know how to explain it. They just
Well, I think
peel.
your nails are probably, you mentioned them being like paper thin. I think they're like that because you wear press ons a lot.
No, I don't. No, I make them. I don't wear them all the time. I haven't had press-ons, but I'm talking about my toenails.
Yeah.
I'm talking about all my nails are like that.
Mm.
I will say, okay, the fingernails, yeah, because I did have them set on and I got irritated and I pulled them off. But my toenails, I don't put press-ons on my toenails.
Yeah.
Anyways, that nail should not have done that. Anyways,
Well, it disagreed because it did it.
I sure did. Oh, is Patricia talking about your box?
Uh-oh. What box?
Uh-oh.
I did
Morgana, I'm
not.
not looking. I'm looking at my TV. Were you talking about the naked comment? Because if I come and live in my room, I mean, at some point I'll be naked in your house.
My house or cute or Morgana's?
No, if I go to Morgana's to live in my room, at some point I will be naked in her house. Y'all, I know Spins isn't here. I would rather let Spins. Who on here was the one who? Somebody was talking about the Art Sherpa that they watched the Art Sherpa. Was that Morgana?
Oh, I don't know.
Somebody in here. Let me go back. Let me find StreamYard so I can see. Oh, that's why it made it different because I went in the wrong StreamYard. She did. She wrote a whole letter. It's 28 pages.
Oh God, are you talking about Sarah Boone?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Was it somebody? Um. Uh. Somebody. Somebody in here, other than Spins, because I know Spins watches her. Anyways, well, never mind. So what did the poll say? How long do people think it's gonna take?
Hold on. I got to open my laptop back up because I shut it. Well, let me just say, I don't have to open it back up. The vast majority of people,
Uh-huh.
overwhelming response was less than 3 hours.
Yeah. Oh, Patricia.
What?
Go to her Facebook page, Patricia. I knew somebody in here watched her. Yeah, Tanika's got a video. I put her link in earlier. Tanika's got a video of the letter. I dropped the letter in the Discord, but yeah, Tanika did a live yesterday. Yesterday? I think yesterday on it.
I saw something about where she like forgives Judge Cranick.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sure he feels much better knowing that you've forgiven him.
Right? He's like, I thought I was done with you, ma'am. And Tanika was like, so here we are in Judge Cranick's break room. Didn't think we'd be back this soon. Patricia, right? So I didn't want to say it. I wanted her to go look. So the Art Sherpa, so she's really cool. Really cool. She teaches you how to paint in like easy steps. And I don't know her whole story, but I believe she was a recovering addict, came back, it's terrible. She passed away last night.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Art Sherpa?
Yes. Yes. It's just, it's so sad. They think she had a heart attack.
Oh my God.
And it's just, Spence told me, Spence is the one that told me about her to begin with, to watch her. I knew somebody in here watched her. That's why man, it's just, oh my God, it's just terrible. Yeah, her husband's name is John, and he's on there with her all the time. She's really good. She's really, really good. Who's dinging? Is that you dinging?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's just, it's just terrible. It's just terrible, terrible. Terrible. You know what, Cordelia? The thing about it is she's angry because she put herself there. She put herself there. She could have been out. She could have been out in like less than 8 years. All she had to do was take the deal. And she didn't
Wow.
take the deal.
I know that's what blows my mind.
So she's angry. And like a true narcissist, she's going to blame everybody else. Okay, look, listen. That thing that she did on the stand, I mean, people want to talk about Melody Ferris. No, Melody Ferris got up there and spoke her truth. Okay? She should have testified. If that is her truth, she should have testified. Sarah Boone got up there and blamed everybody for her actions.
Right.
How dare you sit there and look at his family? And I know they left, and look at his family and be like, I forgive you. You what? They need to take her pen writing, pens, paper, just forbid her to have any. Ever. No more letters. Why can't they block her mail like they blocked Richard Allen's mail?
Who knows? I don't know. She wears me out though.
Right, Margaret? This suitcase did it. So, I appreciate you asking me to come up.
You're welcome. I thought that it would be good to have you pop in for a little bit because I
Y'all
know
didn't know you were getting
like
a full dissertation.
no, I wanted to hear about the toe. I wanted to hear about the thermostat.
Oh my God, stupid thermostat. Y'all, if this third thermostat don't work, I'm going to be big mad. I opened that box this morning and that daggone thing was clearly had been opened. Bro, why would you even bring me that? Anyways, I was just sitting here with my feet up mining.
Oh yeah, I was doing a little bit of that a while ago too.
I'm almost done. I almost cleared it.
Trying to get enough. I'm trying to get enough jewels to get the nightlight thing. We're talking about
Yeah.
Township, you guys.
Oh, yeah,
I'm sorry.
y'all. It's a problem. If y'all don't play, you should play.
Township is the most fun online game. I am obsessed with it.
In my entire life. And now that I've been playing the Emily mystery and I cleared it, and now I'm on the second time clearing it. Look, I used every bit of that energy. It's gone. It's gone. But did you see my town sign?
Yes.
Isn't it so cute?
It is cute.
The Kraken.
Yeah, the Kraken. Release the
I
Kraken.
love the snowman. He was greedy AF. But I love him. Anyway, okay. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all play Township. I know people are talking about Sarah Boone now.
I was kind of one of those people that was upset that he didn't chew her out, but you're right. He knew she loves the attention, so he didn't give it to her. Just good luck.
Yep.
I wanted him to tear her a new one. You know what I mean? Yep. But,
and that judge, and my favorite judge, and Ferris. Now look, I love me some Judge Cranick too. He's got the patience of Job. Like I'd have lost I'd have been like that one from what's that little girl's name? I can see her. The one that killed her mama. Where the judge had a whole meltdown on the stand. What is her name? Carly Gregg.
Carly Gregg, yeah.
Yeah, Carly Gregg. I'd have been like that judge. Y'all take a pregnant pause and think about it for a minute.
The pregnant pause comment made me I was like, oh my God. He was so mad. He was super mad.
He was big mad. Yeah, Cordelia, yeah. Well, the one was her girlfriend, her jail girlfriend. And maybe I don't know, maybe she did help him. I have no idea, but no. Pregnant pause is just such an odd phrase. I haven't heard that in forever.
I've heard it. I really didn't know what it meant, but now I know.
Thank you, Carly Gregg Judge. Um, so yeah, so but you're right. He knew that she wanted the attention and he wasn't going to give it to her. So, um, but anyways, no, the second, I think it was the second one that spoke. Then the other one was a kidney person that just wanted attention.
Mm.
They just wanted their 5 minutes of fame.
Skylab says it's like saying big with child minute.
I mean, it's just a weird phrase. It's just, especially in that context. But whatever, you do, you Judge. I don't know. Big with child minute. Anyways, yeah. So, Melody Ferris. That was a good one.
That was good. I was shocked by her statements. I mean, I wasn't shocked. I was shocked that she did it, is what I mean. That she got up there and read that.
She should have testified.
She should have. You're right.
She should. I mean, because I believe her. I believe her. I believe that Scott was involved. And I always say that a defendant should never testify because it just don't end well. Her, yeah. If that's her truth, I think the son did it. I thought the son did it from the opening statement. I think Scott did it.
Yeah.
He had the means, he had the motive, I just think Scott did it. I'm not saying that she's a good person or anything like that, and she was cheating and she made weird comments to Rusty. I think Rusty, I would never talk to Rusty dang again, because he threw her under the bus, trying to protect him. See, I don't know that she was involved, Sherry. If she was, she didn't do it by herself. She sure didn't do it by herself.
Well, the only reason I think she was involved is because she told Rusty that he was on the burn pile.
But see, I wonder if it's true that he had the timing wrong.
Well,
because if she said it like a day later, oh, he was big mad, Cordelia. He was big mad. But did you notice that when everybody was speaking and his brother Chris was over there bawling like a little baby, not one tear did he shed. Not a tear. But he was angry. She should have testified. If that was her truth, she should have testified. I bet if she would have testified, they would have found her not guilty.
Right.
They would have had reasonable doubt. But yeah,
he seemed awful. He seemed awful. He seemed like he had a lot of different emotions going on whenever the camera would pan in on him.
Oh, they were watching him too.
Oh yeah. And then
Can
Chris,
you hear my Darth Vapor?
Yeah, and then Chris, the brother Chris, he was
he was bawling like a little baby.
He was flabbergasted when she first started. Oh no, Gail!
Do it, Gail! Do it!
Hmm.
Oh my God, I love it so much.
Well, there's only been a couple of games that I'll pay to play. Okay. And I paid a little bit of money on Township, and I don't think I bought. And Match Factory, I like it, and I'll pay if I have to. But if I don't need the help, I don't.
I'm stuck. I am stuck. I've been stuck, and I took my monies and put it into township because I allow myself a certain amount of money per month to put on games, and I'm trying to count my queens to see if I have enough to get some queens over in Match Factory because I am stuck. Like I have played that level probably 50
Oh,
times.
no, Gail, you were on a mean team? We
Ew.
have a great co-op.
Oh my gosh, our co-op is so, and I started a whole thing.
Sorry. I gotta get on camera to say this. For those of you that don't know what the township game is, I'm so sorry right now because none of this is gonna make sense to you. But Gail, if you, I love our co-op.
We'll keep an eye out for because they drop people. People drop every once in a while,
Yeah.
and yeah. We'll somehow or another,
I sent you a code, I think.
yeah, or something. But Jillian run into the app store. Girl, when I tell you, Jenny made me do it. Jenny made me do it, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm totally obsessed with this game. Like, like Jenny, what level are you on, Jenny? Are you at like 51 or
52.
52? 52. Okay. So I started way after Jenny. Way after Jenny. I'm on like level 46 or something.
Yeah, she's way up there.
It's ridiculous.
Cordelia, we're actually planning to watch the Chloe Driver sentencing. We just haven't gotten to do that yet.
Oh, because QB took over. I'm sorry. I'm gonna bow out. I'll let y'all
No,
go do but yeah,
no.
do Chilloon, do it. And um Morgana's putting feet pictures in the
I see
daggone.
that.
I'm not looking. I just know that I oh God. Anyways, I love this game so much. That snowman about did me in.
Yeah.
And poor Spins is on like level 5 and she's like, "What do you mean I need rubber?"
Mm,
Like, girl, you better start getting some rubber and some silk. And then my plane came and was like, "I need 57 things of rubber." And I was like, "Bro,
yeah.
I'm building a whole snowman over here."
You're going to have to
So,
wait on that rubber.
yeah, Gail,
I've like
and
nickname
Margaret,
things. Like I'll call the roll of rubber. If I'm like,
a
okay, I need to
mat.
go over here to this, I need a rubber, I need, and
I
then I'm
call
like,
that one a mat. I
I
call
need
that
some
one
of
the
the,
mat, and then the other one is recyclable. I need recyclable.
I call the white thing a bolt, like a bolt of fabric.
Oh yeah,
Um,
bolt. Yeah, bolt.
and then I'll
And some
call
yarn.
the wool fluff. I'll say, oh, I need 2 fluffs. Uh,
And Margaret, I saw your. I'm hanging it. I'm doing laundry. I saw your comment though before I got up. We'll help you. Whatever you need, we'll help you.
wow, Gail's on level 72.
What, Gail? Oh my gosh! Go back. Do it again. And we'll keep an eye out for. Yeah, if you get in a mean co-op, leave.
Yeah. She said
Leave.
that they would get on you if you didn't do so many tasks.
I see those people like they put in the thing, and I mean I'm not gonna lie. We have 30 people in our co-op,
Yeah.
and there's like 5 active ones, maybe 6.
Yeah,
But
there's
the
I mean,
ones that are active, you got
are
the hookup.
active.
Yeah, like we all like help each other big time.
Mhm.
I was trying to fill up holds because I needed one more. I need one more ticket for the store, and I was gonna do that for the regatta
Mhm.
because I usually save those for the happy store. What's it called? The lucky store.
Oh yeah, the clover, 4-leaf
Yeah,
clover, lucky house or whatever.
I call them tickets. I need a ticket. I need a ticket.
I call them
Um,
clovers, I think.
yeah. So, do you get? I have questions. Do you get those for just the train, or is it anytime you give somebody? Because I helped somebody on their zoo, and I don't think I got a clover.
Mm, I'm not sure.
These people are like, we came here for crime, and we are talking about some games.
Yeah. I know.
That Match Factory, let me tell you what, I don't know how Morgana is at 8,000 or she's at 10,000 now. I don't know how she got that high.
She's really good at it.
She just don't give up. She just keeps, and I listened to her this time. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna play it and play. I have played. It's the ultra hard. It's right. I'm at 899.
Yeah, it's that last
It's right.
level.
It's that last level, and I have no things. I've got nothing. I have no coins. I have no nothing, and and I can't get past it. And she's right. If you play them enough, they start deleting like things,
Yeah.
and it gets a little easier. But this one is not, it's not working.
10,512 to be exact is the level
Man,
she's on.
I swear for the love. Well, I'm
Let me
glad I
go
did
look and see what level I'm on
And I know Spins ain't in here, but Spins is poor bless her heart. She's been on 41 for like 6. I think she left the game. She's done.
let me go over to Match Factory and let
What's
me.
the other one I like? I
The
have a
solitaire one
couple.
I tried, but I was bored with it.
I have a couple that I played regularly. I've got the Match Factory. Oh, the Dice. Oh, Morgana got me on that Dice Dreams. I'm good at that game though. She was big mad. I 10,512 to be exact.
929 is the level I'm on.
You're what?
929.
Well, at 1,000 you get more fetch points.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll try to get there.
Dice Dreams. Now, did you play the dominoes? The
Did
domino
the camera
dreams?
move? Did the camera move, Skylab?
I didn't see it move. Yeah, my.
Oh, wait, they put a verdict clock up. Why does it say 15?
Where? I don't see no verdict clock. Oh, there it is.
Why does it say
15
15:46?
minutes.
It's been way longer
Oh,
than 15 minutes.
it ain't been 15 hours. That's for dang sure.
No. My stop clock says 56 minutes. So it would be about an hour, honestly, because I said I'd have to
Yeah.
add 4 minutes. It was 3:21 and it's 4:21 now. It's been exactly 1 hour.
Like, law and crime, get your act together.
There,
Bubbles, what are
look,
you
they just
making?
fixed it.
Did they? They heard me.
Well, it hasn't been 1 hour and 20 minutes, though. It's been 1 hour on the
1
dot.
hour. Bubbles, what are you making? I chose Plan F. I'm not making nothing. Did you miss that whole conversation, Jenny?
What conversation? Probably.
Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, Plan G, and Plan F.
What happened to Plan E?
I'll have to make one up.
Oh.
I made the other ones up. Dice Merge? Don't get me started on another one. Most of the games that I play are connected. I don't know. Cordelia, do you do fetch? I can't read it. I am resin ring holders. Oh yeah, can y'all hear it? Sherry Jones, can you hear that's Squeaker? I gotta get okay.
Oh, I need to go use the potty real quick, QB.
Okay. And
You
then
got
when you
this?
get back, I'm gonna switch to the app. In the app, y'all can't hear me.
Okay.
I mean y'all can't hear my background.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take my phone with me so I can hear you in case you drop. But I've got to go use the potty. And I got to get something else to drink because I'm out.
Okay. Domino Dreams is not really. I mean, it is Domino's. Yeah, I call her. Her name. Okay. Her full government name is Shanae. Her given name that we call her. Okay, her government is Shanae. Her what we call her is usually Nays or Nay, but I call her Squeaker because she has allergies, and so when she meows and she talks, she chatters, and she squeaks. So I call her Squeaker. And so everybody here knows her as Squeaker. Um, no, Fetch. Okay, Cordelia. Oh, this is not true crime. Okay, Cordelia. I can put I'll put my thing in the chat. Fetch is not a game. Fetch is a, right, Shalhoub? Like all my animals have like 6 nicknames. Let me go find my Fetch. So Fetch is um, an app that you put your receipts into, or you can scan your email and it'll get you receipts and all that stuff. Anyways, you get points, and then when you have enough points, you can get a gift card. Lola, why you never get your gift card? You better talk to them. I email Fetch on the reg. They are tired of me. Called her Wheezy. Yes, Sherry Jones. Wheezy. Oh yeah, no. Now see, man-child animals. I got the cat that don't live here and the cat that's not staying. I'm not Wheezy. I've had cats my whole entire life, and I never knew such thing. This cat is allergic to everything. And when she's not allergic to it, she becomes allergic afterwards. Let's see. Dog's name are Harriman. So I call him Bubba or Boo Boo. Yeah, my dog, who unfortunately I don't have anymore, was Romy or Romalinsky or Romanowski or Bud. Bud. You gotta say it like that. Bud. Hi, Squeak. They're talking about you. Yeah. Because I'm on the wrong thing and they can hear you. I don't have my noise canceling. Yeah. Anyway, so Fetch is, yeah, so you put your, and I mean, the thing is it takes some time. You got to be patient. Because like regular receipts are like 25 points, and to get like the lowest thing, I think you need like 12,000 points. But what you do is you pay attention. Yeah, thanks. My bud. It was, yeah, it was very, very bad, very sad. But he's in doggy heaven and he's good. So yeah, this has been a bad pet year. This has not been a good pet. I lost my cat. My cat passed away, and then my dog passed away, and now Squeaker's hacking up along because she's got allergies. But thank you, Chaloon. Yes, I was very sad. But yeah, Fetch. Sorry, squirrel. I love Fetch. I've been doing Fetch. I wish I could find out like how long I've been on here. I've been on Fetch for years and years. Oh, Funko Pop Blitz. I've done that one. But anyway, so Cordelia, Fetch has paired up with some game people, right? And so now, if you play the game, you get points for getting different levels. So we've all been playing all these games. Hold on. Oh, I think that's my thermostat, maybe. Hold on, y'all. Let's go see who's at the door. But what did I say about people coming here? Oh, I got a sign for it. That's right. Y'all, I ain't even got... Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Where's Jenny? Jenny's still gone. Y'all gonna hear me get my thermostat. Hold on a second. Real life with QB. Hey! You need me to sign?
Yeah, I just usually sign for people.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thanks, have a good one.
All right, guys. Thermostat number 3. Third one's the charm. I made them do signatures so they would come to the door. Not playing with them. Oh, yeah, so you get rewards. So, but the thing is, look, Cordelia, you can play games and you get points. So we've all been playing all these games like Domino Dreams, Dice Dreams, not Township. No, yeah, no, Township's on there. Township, Match Factory. They have a whole thing, and so you sign up. Let me do my copy. And I'm sorry, I'm sniveling, y'all.
My back. Sorry about that.
I had to get my whole thermostat and everything. Okay, so if you go to that link and sign up and scan your first receipt, and it can be through your email, it can be through it's Jenny. Jenny's doing it right because she orders the things that she gets the points for.
Mm-hmm.
But either scan a receipt, doesn't matter what it is, any receipt that you've spent a penny or more, you can scan it. You can also set up, it scans your Amazon and it scans your Walmart automatically. But anyways, so you do that and you'll get Candy Crush. She yeah, you get points, and then when you have so many points, you can cash them out for gift cards.
I just got a $50 Amazon gift card a few days ago.
I've got.
It took me a while to get it, you know.
It takes it, yeah, but I mean, when you play now that they've got the games attached, bro, and they have more things that you can buy, so you can go in on the app and you can look on the homepage, and it'll show you like just make sure, Cordelia, just make sure you go ahead and do it now and scan your first receipt because they're running a special for the 2,000 points. If you don't do it, I don't know when it ends, but if you don't, people wait and then they stop. Yeah, this one ends on the 16th. But I have 60,000 points right now. Now I'm just doing them until I can just see how many I can get. So if you got a 50, did you get Amazon? She left.
No,
Y'all.
right here.
Oh, why not answering me?
I didn't think you asked me a question.
I'm gonna switch.
Hey.
I said, how many points did you have to use for the 50,000? Because I know that the 25 is 12,000.
Oh, I think it was 55,000 for a $50 Amazon gift card. Sorry, I have my mouth full.
I'm going to swap over. This is going to mess up.
A cheese sandwich.
Clearly. So I'm going to drop out of this one, and then I'm going to jump in on the other one.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Yeah, I went in there.
I'll be.
Okay. I'll see you in a second.
All right. Bye.
Y'all, whenever QB comes back, well, when she leaves.
Y'all, look, don't be playing with me.
What?
Why can't I get out of here in... Oh, here we go.
Okay. Now, when QB comes back, everybody hide behind the couch and jump out and say, surprise, when she comes back.
I just took myself off the stage. I heard you. I didn't realize I could still hear you. Okay, let me go. I don't know how to get, like... Okay, I'll be back.
Okay. Sorry. I got hungry real quick. And I was like, made me a bottle of water with the orange flavoring. And I was like, I need something like right now because I start getting shaky. It's literally a cheese sandwich. That's it. All right. Here, Pop. You can have that little ass piece of bread. She's like, thank you. Here you go. Bread. All right. It's so rude. I'm so sorry. Their verdict clock watch is off. It's off. That is not the right. Mm-mm. No, it is not right. Let me run over to this one. This is the sentencing for the baby for the Chloe driver. And I just have to say, I think that the man, the husband, the dad is cuckoo pants. Do you need me to add you or can you add yourself back, QB? I see you down there. Hello?
Hi.
I didn't know if you needed me to add you or not.
So that's really weird. If I go in through my phone through the interwebs on StreamYard.com or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
I can do all the things. I can add myself, unadd myself, do all the things, but I don't have noise cancellation. Now I'm in the app. I can't do any of the things, but y'all can't hear my background.
Weird.
Did you hear my Darth Vapor?
No,
See?
that's weird.
Ain't it weird? Now I can go on my computer and I can add myself back in. But yeah, I'm not doing all that.
Yeah.
Also, Cordelia, thank you. I saw you added yourself. Girl, get in there, play some games, scan some receipts, set up your Amazon and your Walmart to scan, do all the things. I love me some Fetch. I wish I could find out how long I've been on here. Oh, if y'all use GoodRx, you can link your GoodRx. They give mad points for GoodRx.
Really?
Yes. I can't use GoodRx because I ain't complaining because my my insurance pays for my meds.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not mad at it. But yeah, if you can use GoodRx, they give like 10 grand per pop.
Dang.
Yeah. So if you can use, like, if you have to pay anything for your prescriptions and they'll run it through GoodRx, you can get, yeah, you can get mad points. I don't know.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. I have a friend that uses GoodRx and she's constantly coming up on my thing going, "Oh, she got 5,057 points. Oh wait, she got, whatever." Anyways. I
Mm-mm.
saw that somebody added me as a friend. Y'all, my mail's here. Y'all, I have gotten 58,000 points on. Hey, how was your day? Oh, there's someone missing. I swear for the love, I told him 3. Okay. Oh, this ain't even. I love him. I swear. Okay. Thank you.
I was confused for a minute.
I'm sorry.
Hold on a second. I'll be right back. I think husband's running somewhere real quick. Hold on just a minute.
Okay. Hey y'all, can you hear me? I don't know if y'all can hear me. Oh yeah, no, this is a different uh hearing. Hey, sorry, man child called and it trumped um all right, sorry, it popped up. Okay. So we have a package room here and they uh Jay went to go get Jazz and I asked him to grab my packages and he did, but there apparently I had more packages than I thought. And so yeah. Um he grabbed packages, but they're not the ones I was looking for. So apparently I've got some other ones. Oh, I love split pea soup. I love split pea soup. He's making it from scratch? That sounds good. I want some split pea soup. I bet this is where did Jenny go? Anyways, so I didn't watch any. I watched just a little tiny bit of this, of that guy Jason's testimonies testimony. Um, but yeah, um, split pea soup is good. What did Manchild made? I don't know what the one he made the other day was. It was really good. It was kind of like a 17 bean or 11 bean or 9 bean. You know, they got all them bean soups. Um, but yeah, I would like some. I love some split pea soup.
I'm sorry.
Girl, you left me on my own again.
I'm so sorry.
And I had a whole not a meltdown, but you know how I hate my package room, right?
How you what?
My package room here where we get all our packages and it's never ordered and
Oh,
I
yeah,
got
yeah, yeah,
this
yeah,
the
yeah.
dyslexic delivery
Right,
person that puts it on the wrong shelf and
right.
I'm not being mean. First of all, well, that might be mean. I mean, I'm dyslexic, so I can say that, but it's legit. They're dyslexic. Like they switch my numbers around and put it on the wrong shelf. So anyways, I had 3 packages. So I told Jay, I'm like, I have 3 packages. There should be here, this, and this, right? Well, he brought in 3 packages, but apparently had more packages than I thought because these ain't the right packages. So anyway,
Okay.
he's gonna check again after
All
work.
right. The verdict clock is on the other stream. This one, Chaloon.
Yeah. So I was just saying, like, I only watched like a smidge. That clock ain't right though.
No, it's like 20 minutes too
Yeah.
fast.
You know what I bet is in this box?
Hmm?
You know what I bet is in this box? The one box he got is correct. Okay, y'all. I have a it's not I have a tins unit, but I also have a something else unit that does like more stuff.
Yeah.
And the tins unit requires like these pads and stuff,
Mm.
these sticky pads or whatever.
Mhm. Yeah.
And this company, I mean, I am not complaining, okay? I am not complaining, but this company ships out these pads and the supplies for it, like so many, so many.
Mm.
I'll never use them all. And the only option is like stop completely or just keep getting packages. And I know why
Ugh.
they do it because it's workers' comp and they just bill workers' comp. And I'm like, dude, I don't need any more. I don't need any more.
Yeah.
Anyways, but this other package, This other package, I think, has my Apple Pen in it.
Oh, fun.
For my Christmas. I'm scratching. Was there a new toe? I need a new toe. This
Yeah, is there a
dog.
new toe in that box? Let's get off the subject of boxes because I don't want Patricia to ask me again.
You want to know where my box is?
I couldn't even tell you where my box is.
I threw it in the whole trash can.
Well, there you go.
I'm switching doctors anyway, so I'm like, they can just do a colonoscopy. I'm not with those people.
Yeah.
Because I was reading up on it, and like 90% of the time you have to have one anyways. So why am I going to go through all this trouble
Right.
of pooing in a whole box?
I don't know.
And then I got to have one anyways. Just send me for the colon. They were getting on my last good nerve. I blocked them. I was like, don't text me again.
They were like texting like
On the
every
reg.
single day. Yeah.
And then calling even.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, calm down. It's not. I threw the whole box away. I sure did. I sure did. There she is. Hey, Spenzy.
Hey, Spins.
Yeah, I'm a bad influence. Look, listen, if I got to poo in a whole box, right? And I got to send it in, and they still going to make me. I mean, it's a whole process. No, I threw it away. I was like, no, I'm done. I block you. Block. They're ridiculous. They were like texting and, they were like texting and calling and doing all the things. They were doing the
Emailing.
most. They were doing the absolute most. So yeah, I'm done with them.
They were a lot. They were a lot.
They were a lot. All right, let's watch this thing so we can do like some crime stuff. You might want to timestamp this and be like, "This is when QB shut up."
I'm just gonna let them fast forward through it. I plan to do those kind of things, and then I end up not going back and doing it anyway. So, because once I close out of the computer stuff, I'm like, okay, bye. You know what I mean?
Bye. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
That's what I was wondering too. Like when I do all this stuff, like how hard is it to make like playlists and stuff?
it's
'Cause
easy to make playlists.
I feel like playlists are important.
They are. I don't have any on my channel, but they are.
No, you have one. It's the Hannah. I think you have the Hannah. Oh no, you don't.
Yeah, no.
Also, Muffin says hi. Also known as Nilla. Also known as Nilla Wafer. There you go.
Nilla wafer.
Nilla Wafer, but I
I'm
call her
feeling
Muffin.
a lot better, Spins. I don't sound like I do, but I really do.
No, you sound a lot better and you look better. You don't have sick eyes no more. There's a whole video. Okay. There's a whole video put out by Cologuard on how to do this box.
Oh my God.
I mean, they didn't show the dude.
Yeah, please don't let us see you pooping in the box.
I got to see this Daubert motion hearing.
Okay, we got to get to this sentencing.
Yes, do it. Do it. Because I got to watch this Karen Reed thing because I'm just. Judge Bev is doing the most.
Just an FYI, the judge has to leave the.
6
He
o'clock.
has to be done at 6, he said. So if they don't have a verdict by 6 o'clock tonight.
He's going to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I was waiting. You were like, what?
I know. I was like, wait, what? And then I understood.
Okay. I know we're going to watch this. I just want to, Cordelia, up at the top. First you got to scan a receipt. And then up at the top, it says play. And you click on that and it'll take you to the games. Sorry. We're doing fetch things. We're doing fetch things.
All right. I'm going to hit the play button.
Yes, please. I'm sorry.
You're okay. I just wanted you to know. I'm going to hit the play button. And you guys keep an eye on the husband. This is the Benjamin dude character.
Okay, and who's Jason? He's the pee drinking guy, but I don't know. Like, how does he fit into the whole thing?
I don't know a Jason.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
I forget what that guy's name was. What was his name?
Skylab came in hot.
P. Diddy on deck. Well, his name might be. Was it Jason? I don't. Hey, Billy's back.
Hey, Billy, you missed all the fun. Margaret left.
If you
Oh yeah, if you already play the games, you won't get credit. You got to do new games.
right, yeah.
Sorry, that was Morgana's fault. Yeah, so Spence, I didn't really watch this one. This was Chloe Driver. She killed her baby girl because she's psycho, and that's not appropriate. That's a not PC word, right?
I don't know. You never know.
She's definitely not.
She's mentally unwell.
Yes,
What?
she is.
Okay, hold on. I gotta close my eyes.
Hi.
Okay, close them. Wow, you got some chocolate candy.
Uh-oh, Daddy
Love
must be
it whenever
home.
Dad just drops the candy and runs.
Yeah.
He's like, bye.
Yeah, so Chloe Driver, she was in a cult? Yes?
Yeah, ish. I mean,
okay.
yeah.
Ish. And so that's probably not PC either. I'm just doing air quotes. So so one of the guys, they're all into health and stuff, and they were drinking their pee.
Apparently it's a practice that's older than
it
time,
is, and
and
actually they're not wrong. It's
oh,
gross.
okay.
But scientifically, it is proven that it is an antibiotic. It's also good for electrolytes. There's a lot of athletes that'll drink their own pee. Yeah, I mean, it's not as crazy as it sounds. He's a pee drinker from way back. Yeah. So.
Really?
I just saw your face.
Okay. We're going to watch, but
I'm going to be quiet.
Right, Spins. I know, me too. Yeah, and for survival, I've heard of that before. I'm sure they do, Gail, but yeah, ew, gross. Ugh, I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Would you rather talk about my toe or drinking pee?
Your toe.
Okay.
This is second. Here, I want you to watch this guy, the husband, the daddy. Hold on, let's get there.
Okay, yeah, you always say put a 1 in chat. They all put in toe in chat. Jenny's gonna never have me back. I'm fired. I got my tutu.
Okay, there she is. Toe talk. Welcome to my toe talk. Oh, I hear sirens. Hold on.
She left us alone again. Oh, God.
This is case number 21CR0314, State of Georgia versus Chloe Alexis Driver, having been convicted after a jury trial. We're before the court for purposes of sentencing.
Ambulance is at the same house across the road that they were there before.
Oh, no.
Yep. Send prayers, folks. It's my neighbor. I don't know if it's her or her husband, but the ambulance just showed up over there, and neither one of them are in good health. Makes me nervous.
I'm a fan. Oh, God.
Defense ready to proceed?
We are.
Does the state have any evidence in aggravation of punishment?
Your Honor, we'd like to present a victim impact statement by the victim's father, and then everything else will just be proper in argument.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and tell me what the state is asking for as a sentence in this case?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state's position is that as to counts 2 and 3, the felony murder counts, those would be vacated by operation of law based upon the jury's finding of guilt on the count 1 malice murder charge.
There's the husband.
The state would be asking for
Benjamin.
on count 1.
What did she do to her hair?
The state's position is as to count 4, the aggravated assault charge, that would merge into count 1. And the state's position is that as to count 5, cruelty
It's
to children in
braided.
the first degree, that carries a penalty of 5 to 20 years.
That's not a good look, ma'am.
So the state's request is going to be life without parole.
Does the defense have any argument about the merger and vacated counts as stated by Ms. Robert?
Yes, we do. We would be arguing that count 5 would merge by operation of law as well, where it alleges the exact same conduct that is contained within count 1 that serves as the basis for the malice murder. The way the state charged it in this particular case is that it unlawfully caused the death of Hannah Nicole Driver by stabbing Hannah Nicole Driver in the neck with a knife, which is the exact wording, Judge, of count 5, by causing cruel and excessive punishment, physical, mental pain by stabbing Hannah Driver in the neck. So it is our position that based on the merger with the underlying felonies and the felony murder, that would be a case that you would not be able, that would merge and would not be able to sentence separately.
Okay. Does the defense intend to introduce any evidence in litigation?
We're going to argue, and then Ms. Driver is also going to speak.
Okay. All right. Ms. Crawford, if you'd like to present the victim impact statement, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Can you turn on the monitors, please?
What this is.
Thank you, Your Honor. And would it be acceptable for him to deliver that from the podium?
I would prefer the witness stand,
Okay.
please.
All right. Come on.
He doesn't need to bring anything up.
She wants you to leave everything.
You need to leave it back there, sir.
Uh-oh, he's in trouble. So basically, what he had in his hand was that Duplo, like, bucket full of blocks, I'm assuming. And he wanted to bring that up with him. And
Wow.
she's like, no, I don't know if he was going to say this was Hannah's favorite toy to play with, or if it had stuff in it that belonged to her or what, but yeah. Not good.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. You can have
If
a
you
seat.
will move the microphone,
Yes.
please.
Is it okay to stand? To present?
You have to talk in the microphone, so it'd be better to sit so we can hear you.
Please sit, sir.
Can you state your name?
Yeah, Margaret.
Benjamin Eliav ben Michal.
Okay. And can you spell that?
B as in boy, E as in Edward.
Okay, also, I just have to say that I think his name is Brian Joyce. I think
Did
that's
he
his,
just
like,
rename himself?
well, it's his Hebrew name.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean, it's
Okay.
like Chloe Driver, that's not what he called her. They called them, they all had different names, right?
Fair enough.
Do they? Cordelia, are you talking about, the verdict clock is still going, ticking.
I haven't seen anything come across. Okay, y'all, my toe is not as bad as I thought it was.
Good.
Still hurt.
But anyway, his name is Brian Joyce, and he does his whole, and yeah, wait till he spells it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
The truth, so I hope you got it. Okay. You can have
If
a
you
seat.
will move the microphone,
Yes.
please.
Is it okay to stand? To present?
You have to talk in the microphone, so it'd be better to sit so we can hear you.
A lot of
Please
work.
sit, sir.
Forbidden to stand?
Can you state your name?
Benjamin Eliav ben Michal.
Okay. And can you spell that?
B as in boy, E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, Y as in yellow, A as in apple, M as in Mary, I as in igloo, N as in Nancy. B as in boy, E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, hyphen, M as in Mary, I as in igloo, C as in cat, H as in hotel, A as in apple, E as in Edward, I as in igloo, L as in Lucy. Eliyahu, I left out.
That's
E as
fine.
in Edward, L as in Lucy, I as in igloo, Y as in yellow, A as in apple, H as in Harry, U as in useless.
Can you tell us
Wow.
what your relationship was to the victim in this case?
The victim was my daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver Ben Michael.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Benjamin, I want you to, or Mr. Ben Michael, I want you to tell the judge about what Hannah was like in life.
645 days ago, I had the most beautiful living daughter on Monday, the 5th of December, 2020. She was dressed in a tiny, prescient little pea coat that was also colored pea, curry yellow. We were at a rest stop in McDowell, North Carolina, and I brought her toward her favorite thing, the arbors, in the middle of the rest stop where the grass was green, and the trees were tall, and the roots were old and ripped up. I like to call her Naima, which means pleasantness, and she was pleasant to all she came and encountered. The most pleasant.
What was her disposition and demeanor like?
Well, we stood at that tree.
Yeah, Patricia, this is her
Every
husband.
layer of the roots. She was 13 months old. She had had a penchant for trees.
This
since
is
she
the
was 1.5
Benjamin Ben
years
Michael
old.
dude.
She was sweet. There are babies that are planned. We know what the opposite of that is. But then there are babies that are planned. This child was deliberate, intentional, and the mental work of 2.5+ years prior to her 9.5 months in utero and her entrance into this world. There are a very special
Yes,
sister of
Cordelia,
3
he
babies.
does. Ugh.
And by the last one, Eliana, we came up with a term. There are forward-facing babies and not forward-facing babies. I have an older daughter who's estranged, who you've heard about here, named Eiley. She was not a forward-facing baby. Eiley cared about mommy and daddy. You put her head in your armpit and you were wherever you were, and that was not Hannah Nicole. Hannah Nicole was a forward-facing baby, meaning when you carried the baby, she needed to see
Okay, Patricia,
everybody
sorry.
and smile at them. Everybody in the room, as if she almost had an innate nature of knowing that she had very limited time. She had to see everything, and she'd get really, she'd let you know that she needed to be turned around if you were not holding her face forward facing babies. My sister's little Eliana was like that. I learned to hold her that way. She wanted to be taken around. She wanted to count everything. And she was looking at those roots that day in her little coat, and she had her little curls that came over her hair. And that's my last really strong, close memory of holding my daughter, playing in those roots, those trees. Her disposition was just the sweetest baby. And I'm not saying that as biased dad. I've been around a lot of children. She was different. It's like she was hosting everybody she met. We would run. I wanted to bring the little Legos. We would
Hey,
run
Grinch,
play,
you're
but
right.
she was
I
texting us
agree
little- she had a real thing
100%.
for little cars.
Hey, Grinch.
We'd chase them around the room together. I'd crawl with her. Beautiful. She was really weird looking. And some babies have this and some babies don't. Between like 4 months and 7 months, they're like growing. Some things are growing too fast. Some things are growing too slow. But by 13 months old, she was so beautiful.
Did you provide photographs that you'd like to
I would like to, please. Yes, Katie.
see of Hannah?
Please.
Your Honor,
Please, the court.
I'm going to publish the photographs that,
This is me and Hannah together.
and approximately how long prior to her death was this photo?
About a few months. This is at a really beautiful, inexpensive hotel room in Clinton, Connecticut, and they have massive floor space for a hotel room like this. And we were chasing those little cars around all day, these little rev-up cars. So this would be the second week of August of 2020 when we were down with my family, as will be depicted more clearly in better photos coming. And my brother-in-law, Nathaniel Lewis, and my sister and her 3 children were all here meeting their cousin. This is in May of 2020. This is the quartz sand of Siesta Key, Sarasota. And we were spending a lot of time there. We were spending time at Nokomis and Venice Beach, the adjacent smaller beaches, and we would come in her wagon. And you can see what she's doing. See, she's not a passive baby. She would grab the handle of the wagon and look at me like it was the most fun thing to get and smile. At
She's a
Daddy,
beautiful
just to
baby.
smile into my eyes and say, "Look, I'm leading the wagon." She'd do it every day. She'd take hold of the handle and say, "I steer this. This is my wagon." And this is in Clinton, Connecticut again. And you can see, if you want to see her nature, that's her nature. That's her nature.
Was she a happy baby?
She was excited and happy and engaging, and she'd come up to you and want to just learn everything. She'd want to touch you and smile. She'd want to get inside you and let you know that you should be happy too. Grandma threw a tennis ball a little too fast. What? Yeah, that's a picture from, a little bit of the weirder period, where some of the eyes are growing, things are growing a little too fast and out of line. And I know this is the preferred thumbnail for the court, but since she was looking a little silly. So that was probably back at about April of 2020. This is my parents' living room, where she would come up to this piano over here, and she had a knack, and she would start. I'd be playing piano. I've been playing piano since I was 3 years old, and I would ensconce her and encompass her in all my music, and she would come in the middle, near the middle C, and she would start doing things that actually made sense. And then she'd look at you and she'd show you she could have a beat. My older daughter, Eiley, has an immense amount of musical talent, but she could never keep a beat, but she would come up with things. But Naima, Hannah Nicole, she could tell where the beat was. She knew where the beat of life was. She knew where to enter the room. She knew where to look at you. She knew where the camera was.
She enjoyed playing with?
No, these are very little cars that you'd pull and they'd zoom around the room. This is actually a toy that I had going back to when I was a child, and it has a revolver inside, like a revolving scoop, and it goes around, and it's funny, it like collects toys into its dump truck. This is a xylophone that was my sister's over here. Little cup. She rode that little Pooh-mobile behind her.
The thing with her crying is I never can tell if she's crying because she feels remorseful or if she's crying because
Chloe would go over, Koo would go over, and she would open the bedroom door.
what the person on the stand is saying.
Thunder down the hallway. She just crawled down because we had this whole area on the second floor, safe, the dogs in the kitchen, the stairs over here blocked, and she had this living room up the hallway to the bedrooms. And
They
she
are
could
awful
hear
tight, right, Skylar?
my mom still
Giving me
imagines
a
the
headache.
beauty of her grandchild thundering down the hallway, crawling thunderously. She'd come and she'd play, and my Eiley couldn't leave her for 3 minutes, even when she was 12, 11 months old. Constant attention, not Hannah Nicole. Hannah Nicole, she got in the living room with her stuff. She'd make a story. You could leave her play in there for 20 minutes. She'd make up a world. She'd put the dolls. She had things that 11 months old, 13 months old, she'd be piling cars. She'd be making a whole story and happily playing. And somebody comes, smile, go over, pet the dogs. This was her world. Everything here, Grandma made the entire house her world. That's why we were there.
Sir, the purpose of this hearing today is to give the court an understanding of sort of the impact of the actions of...
Nobody can weigh the potential of the impact. When you lose Grandma and you lose Grandpa and you were not estranged, you have a life, a rich life lived. You have memories. It's painful. It's a natural process and cycle of life. When you lose a baby, when somebody entitles themselves by whatever precipitation, you can get into the moral philosophy if it is okay or not okay. Do you own your life? Can you take your life? But when you entitle yourself by whatever precipitations, by whatever precipitated your mind, without getting into the weeds, to decide you are entitled to take somebody else's life based on your opinion of whatever kind of mental illness, lack of mental illness, acting, pretending you're in mental illness, overlaying, masking, it doesn't matter. There is no wiggle room where you are entitled to take somebody else's life because of your impression or opinion. They are there to live.
That's how his friend was too that was on the stand. Literally, if you watched, I know you said you didn't follow this case, but during the trial, there was a friend of his, a friend of theirs, who testified, and he's like identical in mannerisms, the way they talk, the words they use. They just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and don't know when to shut up. I mean, they're like one and the same, two peas in a pod.
Life and discover what life is for themselves. The impact of losing Hannah Nicole, driver Ben Michael, cannot be measured. We sat around in the waves of some luxurious beach somewhere for 2.5 years, speaking tenderly to each other, dreaming our daughter. Before she was born, buying her the highest level, best things, doting on her. Nobody
Bye,
knows.
Margaret.
Deanna doesn't know. Jeff doesn't know.
Yeah, be safe, Margaret. Love you.
Your Honor, you don't know. Nobody knows.
Love
She could have
you.
grown up and given humanity cures to things we don't even have diseases for yet. How can you measure the potential? How can you look at a father and say, the image I have of a 5-year-old, of a kindergartner, I lost the potential, I lost the view. The most unplanned child, to the most unprepared parents, is a travesty and a tragedy of the highest order that the parents may never be able to even articulate the pain and loss of. Now you're talking about a baby who was not just planned, but planned. A baby who was meant to put their best foot forward. A baby who was taught to have a moral and cultural consciousness that would give to humanity whatever she could possibly find as her niche and knack in the world. To measure the impact and loss privately, I'm a very hard individual. I've lived a very particular life in countries that are not here to get knowledge and find things. I'm not a good model for initial reactions. In other words, I'm extremely stoic. That doesn't mean there wasn't 13 months after, and every private moment when I screeched like a frightened 7-year-old girl, where I sat for 3 months in a van just screaming and screaming and screaming that this woman believed that she was entitled to take my daughter's life out of this world because she stopped believing in having a moral consciousness and the duty to help humanity, because she believed the girls who were with us, not that she didn't believe in polygyny, she didn't believe in the girls who were with us. She believed they were reprobate, second class. She believed she put in more energy and people did not reciprocate to her, and she quit around June 3rd, 2020, and planned Hannah's death because she planned to exit the world and take her daughter with her. She may have even abused her and felt that there was some issue on a phone call between taking the girls to Connecticut when she said, if you don't get your ass back down here to the South as quickly as you possibly can, I will throw this baby on the floor because I'm tired of her screaming and I can't get her to go to sleep the way you do, which was a beautiful segue that I love spending time with my daughter, putting her to sleep. It was like my job to put her against my heart. We spent lots of time rocking and going into sleep, and Chloe just had triggers from being raped and abused as a child, suffocated and jumped on by a drunken Eric driver who caused her to be triggered by sleep. And she doesn't even know it herself. I apologize. I'm very emotional.
I understand. For the purpose of this hearing, it's about Hannah and the loss of Hannah and the
And this is the impact on me.
Can you tell the court whether you have any feelings with regard to punishment or sentencing?
Nothing that actually happened to her would ever change her. I don't know that no sentence, maximum sentence, could ever get through to her in a way that she won't build a new identity, a new mask, change who she is, manipulate the next party. Chloe Alexis Driver wasn't a victim. She had the most power in our group. It was called her fits. I don't know what kind of a sentence would help her. I mean, the inclination to say death penalty, maximum. She believed she could take the life of a baby out of this world, a baby, any baby, and this beautiful baby who had this much potential to help the world, an impact that can't be weighed. Nearly unlimited potential. Can we see the others? Yeah. There's a whole nother email with the ones with the family.
These are the ones that I have.
She didn't send that.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
Ms. Trethewey.
I have no questions of this witness.
You can sit down.
Thank you.
Any other evidence from the state?
Just proper argument, Your Honor. I'll reserve.
All right. Ms. Trethewey.
Judge, I just want to be clear, and from what we've talked about the entire 4 years that this case has been pending, what we talked about at trial, what we're here to talk about again today, is that Chloe Driver has never once disputed the events that occurred on December the 8th of 2020. We've always all agreed that this was nothing short of a tragedy. She's never denied or disputed that she killed Hannah. Never been any dispute either, but it seems to be falling on the wayside that Chloe also stabbed herself in the neck 5 times and once in the chest to try to kill herself based on her mental illness. From the very beginning, this case has always been about Chloe's mental state at the time of the crime. That's it. It has always been about a young 17-year-old, then 20, naive individual with pre-existing mental health issues involved in an abusive, both physically, mentally, by a man more than twice her age. It has always been about years of abuse, coercive control, and living in this cult mentality that only exacerbated these mental illness. It is clear from the evidence that came before this court by both the state and the defense that clearly showed that Ms. Driver was suffering from severe mental illness at the time of the crime, that she suffered from the delusions that overwhelmed her and told her repeatedly for months that she needed to kill herself. There has been a documented history of mental illness in her teenage years and prior to the incident that occurred. We also heard about eyewitness testimony from individuals that were with her and experienced her during this time about her conditions and her subsequent deterioration. And that she had been asking for help and communicating this to those immediately around her because she was just getting worse and worse. During the trial, it may not have appeared at first glance to the court or to the jury that this case was about Hannah. It's always been about Hannah. We never disputed what happened with Hannah. But the only issue we were here to decide was to talk about Chloe's mental health. She's always acknowledged what her actions were, but it is also about Chloe. As Your Honor is aware, I have been involved in this case since the day that Chloe was discharged from the hospital. I met her on December 22nd of 2020 in the book-in area of the jail on suicide watch in a turtle suit in a room where I had to speak to her through a mail slot. She had nothing in her room. She had but a mat and a styrofoam cup for water. At that time, she was still suffering from her severe self-inflicted injuries, still suffering from her ongoing psychotic episodes, and grieving over the death of her daughter. Over the last 4 years, I have had the opportunity to watch Chloe not only battle her mental health demons and try to grieve and properly observe everything that had happened, but I've also noticed that she has also grown up and matured. I have watched Chloe grieve for 4 years over the loss of her child at her own hands, but also endure the loss of her own family, physically and emotionally, both her mom and dad, and any of the life that she had before December the 8th. There has never been a time since I've been involved in this case that Chloe has ever said, I am not responsible for what happened, or any attempt to deflect that. This case has always been about mental health and her mental state leading up to the event. It has never been about blaming anyone else for Hannah's death, but simply an explanation to how Chloe got to this point. It has always been about seeking justice for Hannah and for Chloe, asking the state to take all of this into consideration in resolving this case. As Your Honor is aware, we worked extensively with the state for years in an attempt to work out this case based on the facts and the circumstances and the extent of the mental health issues. And also, in an attempt to explain exactly what Chloe, along with other individuals, have endured in a relationship with Mr. Ben Michael. We ask for consideration of those very facts and not to treat Chloe just as any other criminal defendant charged with the crime. That was what we were asking of the state. Ms. Driver sat down with the state, provided substantial amount of information in an interview to the state in an attempt to explain everything that had happened to her. This past Sunday was exactly 4 years from the incident. Monday was exactly 4 years to the date that her parents found out what happened to their daughter and granddaughter. Mr. and Mrs. Driver had originally indicated that they wanted to speak on behalf of their daughter today. But every year at this time, the events of what happened on December 8th of 2020 hits them especially hard. They do support their daughter. Ms. Driver came to trial and indicated what she observed and what she felt. So we don't want this court to feel because they are not here today that they don't care, they don't support her. This is just an especially hard set of scenario and facts, but also around the time of the anniversary of the incident. There has not been a single day that goes by where Chloe does not think about Hannah, that she does not regret what she did, and would do anything to go back to that time and change everything. There's not a day where Chloe doesn't think about how this affected the very people she loved, and especially Hannah, the one person she knows she was supposed to protect. There is not a day that goes by where she does not wonder what her daughter would be like now at the age of 5, or what her life would look like if she had managed to get away from this cult and treat her mental health issues, which is what her parents had begged her to do. Chloe is, and always has been, remorseful for her actions. She takes responsibility for her actions and has had 4 years to be able to see and have insight now that she is medicated and diagnosed and away from that relationship. We are asking this court to consider everything we presented at trial and the hearings leading up to trial. We are asking this court to recognize, as the jurors did, that this was never a case in which Chloe did this crime to have Benjamin to herself. It has never been a case about selfishness or anything else like that with respect to the relationship. This case was always about being a severely mentally ill woman with significant trauma that fought and fought against her own mind until she was no longer able to do so. We heard testimony from all the experts and the witnesses about her deterioration in the months leading up to this. We heard about her behavior and the delusions from those who interacted with her during that time. This was never a situation where she was feigning or faking mental illness. 3 experts told us that. Witnesses told us that. There were evidence that she was experiencing these overwhelming psychotic symptoms and delusional compulsions, and that this was something that she fought every day and was very real. There was significant evidence that showed she acted in ways that showed she was losing her mind. She communicated that to the people who supposedly loved her. We all remember the testimony of Jason Spillers. We all remember his testimony about her behavior. We also know he told
I guess his name was Jason Spillers.
and that she would never have done anything to harm Hannah.
Yeah, I thought there was a
in her
Jason,
right mind.
but
We are asking this court to remember the witnesses that told us how much Chloe loved her child and did everything she could to be a good mother and take care of her daughter, all while struggling with the undiagnosed and untreated mental health issues, all while struggling with emotional and physical abuse at the hands of Benjamin and Michael, and being subjected to this cult indoctrination that alienated her sense of being, her sense of self-worth, and any semblance of independence. But more importantly, it alienated her from those who genuinely loved her and who loved Hannah, her parents. Her parents were the only ones in this whole scenario that didn't view Chloe or Hannah as property. All of this combined led up to what happened on December the 8th, 2020. I'm not going to rehash everything that this court and the jury heard in this case about the 3 different experts, but all 3 experts throughout the pendency of this case have all told us about the significant depths of Chloe's mental illness.
Yeah, Donnie, that was awful.
All of which agree that she suffers from very significant, severe mental illness. All of these diagnoses require significant treatment, not just medication. All of the experts told us that these illnesses require actual treatment and medication, and they just don't go away. As Your Honor is well aware, that Chloe has been incarcerated since her release from Kennestone Hospital. She was 20 years old at the time. She is now 24. Since the beginning of incarceration, she has not received any type of mental health treatment aside from medication regimens, which is constantly in flux and changing, even to this day. She has absolutely no criminal history whatsoever. We are asking the court to recognize, based on her age and lack of history, that there is opportunity for her to not only deal with these mental health issues, but become a better person and serve her sentence and still be a productive member of society, all at the same time in justice for Hannah. We are asking this court to sentence her to life with the possibility of parole. Chloe intends to utilize her time in custody in the Department of Corrections to continue her religious exploration, her education or vocational or college training, and better herself. She intends to continue to assess what she needs for mental health purposes and is going to continue to take medication so that she doesn't fall back into her previous way. When I first met Chloe, all she wanted to do was die. She continued to express severe concerns that she would still try to actively harm herself and that she didn't want to live anymore. 4 years later, every day is still a challenge while on medication, but it is something that she is facing head on. She understands that she doesn't need to take those desperate actions, that there are reasons for her to live, and those reasons include being there for him. As Your Honor is aware, life with the possibility of parole requires her to serve 30 years at a minimum in custody prior to being considered for parole. At that point in time, she will be approximately 50 years old, and potentially without the physical presence of her parents due to their age. It is something that Chloe is cognizant of, but also understands the importance of accepting her punishment. She has always said that she has no issue with whatever happens, and she will respect the decision of the court. And she understands that there needs to be a punishment for what happened. She regrets this every day. She may not outwardly express it on phone calls, chirps, text messages. But over the last 4 years, there have been hundreds of phone calls, hundreds of text messages, hundreds of visits with myself and Mr. Kessler, all of which Chloe discusses what happened and is remorseful, is upset, is crying. Your Honor saw Chloe during trial, during the pictures of Hannah, and during testimony. You saw her reaction to it today. She is remorseful. She is not without remorse and upset about what happened. She beats herself up about it every single day. She tries to talk with her parents about Hannah in a positive light to keep her memory alive, and wonders what would happen if she had just done something different. Justice for Hannah in this case includes a sentence of life with the possibility of parole. That takes into consideration all the things the court needs to consider in terms of rehabilitation, punishment, and deterrence. She can be treated, while likely with only medication, in the Department of Corrections, but there are other opportunities for her to avail herself, to rehabilitate herself. And we are asking the court to give her that chance. And we are asking that you sentence her to life with the possibility of parole.
I'll let the state argue, and then I'll hear from the driver.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, first I'd like to address, I don't know that it's necessary, but in response to Ms. Trethaway and her commentary about trying to work this case out with the state prior to trial. The state has always offered the minimum sentence on murder, which was life with the possibility of parole. The state extended a plea offer for her to plead guilty but mentally ill to life with the possibility of parole. That was our plea offer and has been our plea offer for a very long time. The law does not permit the state to deviate from a life sentence for murder, and that was the minimum sentence that could have been offered, and that was what the state offered in anticipation of trying to resolve this case to spare everyone the trauma and burden of having to go through this trial. That was an offer that Ms. Driver chose to reject. Secondly, Your Honor, I would like to remind the court of sort of what we saw in the pendency of this case. Ironically, most of the emotional impact of the consequences of her actions came from people who didn't even know Hannah. Came from people in this community who had to respond to the consequences and gravity of her actions. We saw police officers, grown men, who silently wiped their tears from that witness stand as they had to relive that child dying in their arms. We saw grown police officers clearing their throats to try to maintain their professionalism and composure as they had to relive the weight and gravity of what she did. We saw the jurors openly weep for that child as they had to watch that body cam video of her life slipping away and had to watch the autopsy photographs of that baby and the manner in which she was slaughtered by her mother. We watched those people weep and have a visceral reaction to having to see that child in that way. And that was something that was done by Chloe
Jenny.
Driver. Ms. Trethewey indicated
Yeah.
that, this
Oh,
was because
oh,
of her mental
oh.
health, but the undisputed
There's a
Okay.
juror note.
Juror note. Okay. Share this tab instead. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Surely to goodness, they're done, right? I mean, what is there to think about?
Yeah, I don't know.
It was a sweet dog, right? Mm-mm-mm. Okay. It's not muted. I don't know why we don't have any sound yet.
I mean, like, can we give him the death penalty? Like, is that like a thing?
Threw the shoes back in the dryer.
I'm like,
It's common.
hot mic. It's hot mic.
Me too. I want to know what you're trying to question. So he'll tell us.
All right, we're back in the record in State versus Joseph Ferlazzo. It's about 5:40. There's a note from the jury. We've marked Court's Exhibit 1. It reads, Mr. Court Officer, may we please have a copy of the testimony with Joseph Ferlazzo being questioned by the defense? And it's signed the foreperson. We, of course, can't give a copy of the testimony. I will let them know that they can hear the testimony, but that would take 4.5 hours. So we'll see whether that is what they're really asking, or they want to narrow the request, or what they wish to do. But at this point, I'm not going to do any. I'll let them go back and tell us what they want. If they want the whole thing, they'll get the whole thing. They'll get it tomorrow, because I'm not going to do it tonight. As I mentioned, I really need to leave it around 6 tonight. So I'm going to bring them in now and explain we don't have copies, that we do have it in they can listen to it, but we certainly can't do that tonight. And if they still want to hear the whole 4.5 hours, they get to hear it. If they don't, then we'll see what they want to do with it. Okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess so, Patricia. Being thorough.
I mean, like, what do they need to hear?
I don't know.
If they
what
want to hear the whole 4 hours, they'll probably go home tonight.
I can't imagine that. I'm assuming they're going to be like, nah. Never
I
mind.
mean, there's something on there they're looking for, apparently. The only thing that got him about me is, like, he never wavered from that catatonic kind of state that he was in. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that was the only thing that got me with him.
Please be seated. We have all 12 members of the jury present. We have the jury's note marked as Court's Exhibit 1 that reads, "May we please have a copy of the testimony with Joseph Ferlazzo being questioned by the defense and signed by your foreperson, Ms. Reno." I don't know if you want a transcript. We don't have that. So if you want to hear the entire testimony, we can do that. The defense portion was about 4.5 hours. Or if there's more selective pieces that you were more focused on, that can be up to you. So we'll let you discuss that and let us know if there's something, whether you do want to hear the whole thing, that's perfectly okay. We won't do that today. We would do that tomorrow. In fact, whatever you want to hear, we'll probably do tomorrow, because today we need to retire by about 6 o'clock. So that the court has other things, unfortunately, it has to do this evening. So we can either, I think it would be good if you just at least had a little time to see if you exactly what you want, given this note and given the fact that we don't have a transcript of it. And if you know that, we can get another note, so if we're going to produce anything, we'll have it ready in the morning. Okay? So we'll ask you to retire and see if you want to do anything further.
May I answer? We do know the specifics that we'd like, so.
Okay. Why don't you write in a note so that we have it specifically, and then get it back from you, okay? Just so we have a record of it.
Okay, well, that's a little bit more helpful. His eyes got real big. Did you see him?
Why don't you hang around for just say we'll be, I assume, a couple of minutes.
Hang around, every little.
I don't think that's how that goes.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just saying.
Oh.
Jenny,
What?
I'm on the last thing of the mine.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, but I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
Uh-oh.
I cleared everything except for, it's like 400 levels I've gone down.
How many levels are there?
I guess it's the freaking many as you go.
I'm on level 3,441.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not. But I haven't been mining because I've been saving my stuff up.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know if I'm gonna have enough. I'm so close.
Maybe you can go buy some more from the little
That's what I
store
was
thing.
wondering if the dealer has some. Because when I tell, like, I have to get to 175 on this one, and I'm at 91,
Mm,
and I got double gold right now.
yeah.
Anyways, sorry.
Yeah, Talking Township.
I've been waiting for this moment, man. I watched that guy do it. Oh my god, I'm not gonna make it. I'm so close.
Mm,
Oh, yeah, if you. Oh, how do I
I
get in
really
here?
wish that they would come back with a verdict tonight. Ugh.
Yeah. Oh no.
She's playing the ruler of the mines thing in the township game.
Yeah. He ain't in here.
Ah,
I've
oh, look. Granny Annie is traveling again. Love the name. Wanting to read back? Courts need to start using videos, right?
I think that's what they're doing. Um, they'll let them watch the testimony. Oh god.
Ay, 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 ay.
I just, I just want
Hmm.
to. Okay, let's go see. Doesn't he have stuff? Can't I?
What do
Can't
you
I
mean
use
stuff?
him?
What are you talking
I
about?
the dealer.
Oh, sometimes, not always.
Um. Okay. Yes, he does have stuff. Okay. Buy some pickaxes. Let's see.
Yeah, me too, Miss King. I want to know what part that they're wanting specifically.
So yeah, right.
I bet you they're wanting to hear some of his answers because there were several times when the prosecutor would ask him questions and he would accidentally answer instead of say, "I don't remember,"
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because then you'd be catching him. She was trying to catch him in a lie, you know?
Yeah.
Skylab said, "I think they're close to a decision. That pizza ain't eating itself."
I just okay. My thing is, if they were burning candles, right,
That was a good point you made.
and she hit him with the candle, where did the wax go?
Mhm.
That's what I want to know.
Oh, Chaloon, be safe out there, baby.
Bye, Saloon. Oh my God, Jenny, I'm so close.
Oh, it was the defense, Henny?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, it was the defense. They wanted um. I have township questions when you have a chance, not on the live later, like another time.
Okay. Okay. Are you laughing?
I am. Well, I was moaning, and then now I'm laughing because I'm like, I'm so close. I sent you a picture.
I'm looking at it. Oh goodness! Wow!
That's the last thing. The $100 is the last one.
Oh wow!
Now I'm at 161 of 175. I've got double coin or double coins,
Oh God!
double whatchamacallit,
I
nuggets.
would do whatever you can do. How long does the ruler of the mines
I
last?
think it's like another day. I can probably get some more stuff. I'm almost there. I got 165. I literally need like a couple platinums and I'll be done.
Yeah.
I had to buy some pickaxes from the dealer.
Patricia said, well, maybe she was a fuddy-duddy and blew out the candle. She wasn't amused by his aisle yoga and candles at 2 a.m. How rude of her.
Yeah.
Mm. How rude. You did it?
I did it.
You did what?
I did it.
You got it?
I did.
Yay! Congratulations.
Oh, God.
Congratulations. Good job, QB.
That was stressful, yo.
It's supposed to be a fun game, but yeah, when you have a... Oh, they're back.
They're back. I got a ton of regatta
The
stuff
judge
that
is
I'm
back.
done now.
So you got another note?
Yeah, she had to give them a note of what
Oh.
exactly they wanted.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, he kind of looks like King Friday, too. Like, if his hair was a different color. And he was a puppet.
And he had on a crown.
Court's Exhibit 2 is a note saying, may we please review the defense attorney questioning Mr. Ferlazzo. The specific time period we would like to review is when the defense is asking Mr. Ferlazzo to recount the events of Friday night from around the time period after Nicole and Ariel leave the camper until breakfast.
That's fine. My
When she
only,
died.
request is that I may have asked him about that on more than one occasion, and I want to make sure that they hear all the testimony he made. So I don't,
We'll see what
that's
we
my
can do.
request. He may have testified about it on more, as you know, as you just
Somebody in your
said, 4.5
staff
hours.
should have notes of the events, I would think.
I don't have any timestamp, and I don't have, the court's in the best position to review the
See what we can
4.5
do.
hours.
We're not going to do this tonight.
I'm sorry?
We're not going to do this tonight.
Okay, no, I know that.
But
I'm
we'll
just
look,
asking,
we'll
they've
look
asked for a
through what we've
specific
got.
time period, and I'm saying that it may, he may have testified about this time period on more than one occasion over the 4.5 hours. And I want to make sure they hear all of his
That's your
testimony.
job, yo.
All right. That would include
I
any
disagree.
texts he wrote. I think you would have talked about that too. I don't know if you did initially.
I may have. Could the court read their note again, please?
Yeah. The specific time period, I'm going to just read part of it.
Yeah.
Specific time period we would like to review is when the defense is asking Mr. Ferlazzo to recount the events of Friday night from around the time period after Nicole and Ariel leave the camper until breakfast.
Until breakfast, okay. So that narrows it down. My request, I will just say again, is that he may have testified about that time frame more than once over the course of the direct testimony, and I want to make sure they hear all his testimony about
I've
that.
heard you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Like, shut up, lady. I got places to go, people to
Let's
see,
get
things to
them in,
do.
because we'll tell him we'll try and get it in the morning. Probably ask him to get here around 8:30, but let's get him in the courtroom.
He is done with her.
Well, you want to bet he's going to a Christmas party.
Maybe he's getting maybe it's a retirement party. I think he's like Judge and he's out.
Maybe. Hot mic, hot mic.
Hot mic, hot mic, hot mic. I am.
Please be seated. We have your more specific note, which reads, it's Court's Exhibit 2. May we please review the defense attorney questioning Mr. Ferlazzo. The specific time period we would like to review is when the defense is asking Mr. Ferlazzo to recount the events of Friday night from around the time period after Nicole and Ariel leave the camper until breakfast. That gives us a pretty clear idea. It will take us a bit of time to get that, which suggests to me it's probably a good time to adjourn for the day and let you come back fresh tomorrow.
He got a date.
And we'll, in the meantime, try and get the testimony that you are requesting. It may be not all in one chunk. There may be other things, so it'll take a little time to see if there are places other than in one full period where it is, or whether there's other times that time period is discussed. So in the meantime, have a good night tonight. Please, most important now, not to discuss the case with anybody or to look at any media or any device which might broadcast this. It's critical that you just discuss this case with each other and learn nothing else about the case except what you already know from the evidence in the courtroom. Okay? So good night. I'll leave it to you. 8:30 or 9, would you like to start? 9 o'clock. All right. We'll see you then.
Hey, Picklebird. Hey, Laura.
Laura! Picklebird. Hi, Brenda.
For tonight.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Wow. I really, really, really thought that we would have a verdict today. I'm shocked. I'm shooketh. Shockedeth.
Shockadith.
Patricia said an official at my work was asking for a meeting to be reached, and he was like, "Can the meeting please be moved back?" Oh, she meant rescheduled. That's my 56th anniversary with my wife, and I'm on a date today working on 57.
What?
Oh. That's cute. I don't know what the holdup could be, Skylab. I really have no idea. No idea. Let's head back over here to Miss Chloe Driver.
Disputed facts is she's not in that condition now. She's in above average intelligence. She's perfectly competent. She's medicated. She's receiving care. Ms. Trethaway stood before you and said she regrets this every day of her life, and she doesn't necessarily.
That's cute. He's like, it's not going to be today. I have to go today, or there's not going to be a 57.
Necessarily openly express it in her chirps or in her phone calls, and I suspect what she's referencing are the chirps that the state served on the defense that she was sending during the course of her trial. During the course of her trial, where the rest of us were dealing with the burden and the weight of having to advocate on behalf of that child, she's going back to the jail every night and having phone sex with her boyfriend.
Wow.
Talking about what size penis she likes, how she likes rough sex, how she wants to be treated like a rag doll, how she wants someone to ejaculate in her mouth.
Oh my God.
We are all having to watch people fall to pieces over that baby in this courtroom. And she goes back to the jail and can't wait to have phone sex. It demonstrates what we know, which is a complete calloused indifference for the life of this child. The one person who should care about her. What is very clear is that Hannah Nicole Driver, at 13 months old, she could experience fear, she could experience pain, and she knew that that was her mother. And in the last moments of her life, that's what she got to experience. Panic. Fear, pain, and panic, as a knife was repeatedly plunged into her body. And the fact that the woman responsible for that action, in the condition she's in today, can go back to the jail after watching her child in that condition and send chirps such as, "I'm stressed, talk dirty to me," is appalling to the state. And it should be appalling to this court. And it demonstrates that she has absolved herself of any responsibility in this and not taken responsibility for
Oh
the
my
consequences
God.
and the weight
What in the
and
name of
gravity
God
her
was
actions.
that?
It should
Right?
be really clear to her at this stage what she did and what the weight of that is. And instead, she continues to behave like that.
I'm sorry, but that was a very dry nose. That was not a wet. Let me just say, I've blown my nose. Y'all, that was a dry as a dried up gourd nose blow. There was no snot in that man's nose. Now,
Do we need to screen grab that shot right there?
go ahead.
No, I'm good.
Grab it. Okay.
He's not staring at Margaret. It's
I got to
no
hear
fun.
that again. Woman sitting next to him, she's like, or in front of him. Can't tell if she's in front of or beside of him. I got to watch that again.
Of any responsibility in this and not taking
Wow.
responsibility for the
Look at her face.
consequences
Did
and
you
the
see
weight and the gravity of her actions. It should be really clear to her at this stage
Look at this woman's
what
face.
she did and what the weight of that is. Not taking that she has absolved herself of any responsibility in this and not taken responsibility for the consequences and the weight and the gravity of her actions. It should
She's
be
got to
really
be
clear
the
to her
center
at
of
this stage
attention.
what she did and what the weight of that is. And instead, she continues to behave like that. She continues to behave in a way that demonstrates she doesn't get it. She doesn't appreciate what she has done. But just because she has absolved herself of responsibility in this by saying it was her mental illness, doesn't mean that the court has to absolve her of that responsibility nor the law. As we sit here during the course of this trial, 4 years later, when she is perfectly stable and perfectly medicated, she continues to demonstrate a callous indifference for the actions that she caused and for the loss of that baby's life. And that is why the state is recommending a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. Because as we sit here now, she continues to demonstrate that callous indifference and that complete disregard for the life of that child that should be given the utmost respect. And instead, a bunch of strangers from Cherokee County had to be the ones to compassionately extend our hearts to that baby.
Ms. Trethewey, does the defense have any dispute about the facts stated by Ms. Grover?
We
As
absolutely,
far as,
we do. And I'm going to preface this by saying, I think it's pretty petty at this point, since we were served these at 4:30 yesterday afternoon, with respect to this particular incident. They have absolutely no relevance to why we're here today whatsoever. The state can acknowledge, and I don't think they would disagree with me, that there are thousands of phone calls and chirps and text messages, including ones with that gentleman right there, that indicate that she was remorseful, that she was upset about what happened. There are phone calls, hours worth of phone calls of her crying on the phone, talking about what happened. The fact that she was talking, look, I'll say that she was talking to this individual on the phone for months leading up to trial. State has those phone calls. They serve those on us. She didn't talk about the case at that particular point in time because that's what she was instructed to do. She wasn't talking about the facts of this case. She wasn't telling this gentleman that she was getting away with anything or doing anything. She was not talking about the case because that's what she was instructed to do so. She is allowed to talk to people. She did so at the jail. She didn't talk about the case because that's what we told her not to do. The fact that she didn't say, oh, I'm upset about what happened at trial today, or I'm upset about what happened to Hannah on these phone calls, it has nothing to do with whether or not she was remorseful. And I'm going to say this, and I've kept my mouth shut about this for a very long time. I have an email from Ms. Crawford from February of 2023. Ms. Crawford and the district attorney's office sought out us to sit down and talk to Ms. Driver at the jail in an attempt to work this case out. I take issue with the assertion by the state that we categorically rejected the felony murder, guilty but mentally ill, life with parole option. What we have always strived for in this case was a reduction in the charge that appropriately reflected the mitigation that Ms. Driver suffered, the mental illness aspect of it, but I'll also go back to this email. This was at the request of the state to sit down and talk to Ms. Driver at the jail. This was also at a time where the district attorney's office was well aware that there had been communication for a very long period of time with Mr. Ben Michael at the jail. In that email, the purpose of this case, the meeting, was to determine what information Ms. Driver possessed about the criminal culpability of Ben Michael, aka Brian Joyce, which could be presented at a proper under oath under any potential plea of guilty that she may enter. The way that Ms. Crawford is categorizing the plea negotiations in this case are inaccurate. The state, during that meeting, Ms. Driver told the district attorney's office and myself she was continuing to contact Mr. Ben Michael, provided them information that they didn't previously have, which subsequently led to the discovery of a bunch of other phone calls. Ms. Driver told them that. She was honest with them about it. What the state is not talking about here is the suicide aspect that was involved in this case, that the state was looking at this from all angles with the other people's involvement in terms of criminal culpability, but also with regards to her mental health. That has always been what this case is about. She exercised her right to trial because she has the right to do that. She exercised her right to trial because the state of Georgia, despite these plea negotiations and the evidence in front of them, did not want to recognize the mental health aspect and what we were asking for in terms of a lesser charge. Ms. Driver exercised her right to trial to show this world what that gentleman what life with him is like, to put before this world that she is not the only victim of this person, and that in an attempt that maybe other people will be aware of what this involves. She has always accepted responsibility for the actions. We saw it at the hospital. We saw it with Detective Cruz. We've seen it in subsequent interviews with the experts. She has never denied what happened. She's never denied what she did and what she did to herself. And she understands what needs to be happen. At this point in time, Judge, the fact that she's talking to another individual is irrelevant. She's allowed to do that. They're not talking to you about any other phone calls where she may be talking to her parents about what happened. There are plenty of phone calls where she's on the phone with her mom and her dad, hysterical in tears about what happened and knowing what it did to them and to everybody else that is affected by this.
The state has the right to conclude anything else that you wanted to say, Ms. Crocker. And then I'll let y'all approach the lectern and I'll hear from
I would just
Mr.
like
Albert.
to say that the defense's stated objection with regard to all of the sexting she was doing during the trial was relevance, not dispute as to whether it occurred. The state served all of those on the defense. It didn't find it necessary to read every disgusting message into the record, but the state's position is that her general moral character is admissible at a pre-sentence hearing, so it is relevant, and it also demonstrates a lack of remorse in terms of the timing and the context of when those messages occurred in relation to the days we were watching her daughter die on video and reviewing the autopsy photographs. That is the reason the state brought that information before you. So I'll just like to make that clear.
All right, Ms. Trethewey and Mr. Kessler, if you want to approach as well, Ms. Driver, you can come to the lectern and make any kind of statement that you'd like to. If you will place her under oath, please.
Do you want me here? Yes, I will. Okay. All right, Chloe, for the first thing I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you swear the information and testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. You're going to have to speak up. I know that you're fairly soft-spoken, so will you able to get that? All right, go ahead.
I appreciate the opportunity to be heard during this whole process. I am terribly sorry for many things in my life, but most of all for who was lost, and I always will be. Every single day I live with my guilt. I have drowned in sorrow and regret with such an acute awareness of it for so long. I never imagined there would be anything more than that for me. Quite frankly, I didn't believe I deserved anything more than just that. In the past, I genuinely believed I had to die every day for my daughter, to hate myself for my failure in protecting her. But I know now that life goes on whether I suffer or not, so I need to stop taking from it. I know now that I must live for my daughter instead and do the best I can to be kind and loving and giving, because that's exactly what being with Hannah taught me. I see her everywhere, in everything. She lives on and shows me that beauty can be found anywhere, even where I'm going, because I can feel her in my tears. I feel her in my friend's embrace. I see her in a stranger's kindness, in someone's undiluted joy at seeing their loved one. I hear her in people's laughter, and I know her most of all in my family's loyal love for me, even still. No matter how bad our losses, life can be good again, and this is not my end. I accept my punishment with peace, and I want it to be known for every person that has prayed for me, that our Father has heard you, and I have been given a contentment that the world cannot take away. My daughter's memory rests now, so I am able to as well. I want it to be said that no one ever plans to lose control of their own mind. This trial was only a snapshot of my life and mind. It's easy to review the past and say what could have been done differently. It's even easier to say what someone should have done. But that's just it. In the midst of a terrifying situation, you can't actually think. The horror and fear you feel clouds your thinking abilities and disconnects you from reality. So though I may not legally meet the definition of insanity as of today, I know in the bottom of my heart that I was, because I never would have done what I did had it not been for my decompensation. In the end, we can't go back and undo the bad, no matter how much we want to, but we can learn from it and prevent it from happening again. I will continue to seek help for my mental illness because of this. I read once that suffering is cheap as clay and twice as common. What matters, though, is what each man makes of it, and I promise I will make the best of whatever you give me, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, y'all stay. Yes. I have continued to think about this case after the verdict, as I am sure all of us have. I have been aware that based on the law, that my only real discretion in this case is whether to sentence you to life without parole or life with the possibility of parole. I am aware, as Ms. Trethewey pointed out, that the parole eligibility in this state would dictate that you would serve 30 years of a life sentence before you were considered for parole. This was a heinous offense with evidence that was so graphic and traumatic that I began to do research on what kind of support and help we could give the jurors who were having to consider it. A parent killing a child is something that just offends us on the deepest level. It is a wrong that just is unfathomable. It just cannot be understood. And it scares us because it is so contrary to just fundamental moral behavior and what we expect of the bonds between human beings. And I have all those thoughts. I have had all those thoughts in this case. I noticed throughout the trial and considered it as part of the tragedy, quite honestly, that there were really no family members here to support you, and that Mr. Ben Michael was not here interested in the outcome of what was going to happen to his child, the person who killed his child. That was a very interesting dynamic to me. So I'm glad to see him here today.
Shut up.
You
sir.
don't need to speak to me at this point, sir. Your opportunity to speak has come and gone. Although the response I just heard doesn't do anything to make the whole situation any less tragic. But as I said, I'm glad to have heard from Mr. Ben Michael and to honestly try to give him some benefit of the doubt, understanding that there is an impact on him that cannot be measured, as he put it, and just again an impact on the universe. One more child who never goes to school, never gets to have a boyfriend or go to the prom, never gets to decide what a career is. They're not words to talk about what a terrible thing it is. But I do also feel bound to consider the fact that if you had succeeded, we would not have been here. We would have read about a tragic, inexplicable murder-suicide. I have to take into account that 3 different psychologists testified as to your profound mental illness, the depths of your sickness, your illness. I have to take into account the fact that the jury found you guilty but mentally ill, because they obviously were aware they had the choice of imposing a different sentence. Different verdict, I'm sorry, a verdict of guilty that did not reference any of your mental illness. Georgia law, Georgia statute means that the guilty but mentally ill verdict gives the Department of Corrections some direction and some ability to continue to provide treatment for you, but that is in their discretion. There's no black and white law as to how a judge is to consider that verdict. I will note that the jury found that you did not meet the criteria of not guilty by reason of insanity. The law in Georgia has been the same for about 200 years now. Whether or not that ever changes because of changes in medical and societal understanding of mental illness and how to treat it, I do not know. The intersection between law and medicine can be, it does not always mesh well. Things evolve. We now have treatment courts for people with mental illness and addiction, substance use issues, and the law and the courts slowly come about in proper cases to figure out about treatment. I don't quarrel with the jury's verdict. I don't impose this sentence out of sympathy. But I do think under everything that I heard, the sentence needs to take into account the possibility that in 30 years there may be different treatment modalities, different recommendations, different possibilities for your rehabilitation. I think the notion that you are cured because you're taking medication regularly now is something that I don't accept. I believe everyone acknowledges that, or at least based on the law and the testimony we have heard in this case, that borderline personality disorder, for example, is a deep sickness that is not treated just by medication, for example. You were treated in order for you to gain competency to be able to actually go to trial. I don't think anybody who's dealt with anybody with mental illness is naive enough to suggest that you're cured. And I know I don't mean that as a criticism or a punishment. It's just reality. You did a horrible thing. But based on the evidence at trial and based on particularly the mental health testimony, the court will impose the following sentence as to count 1, malice murder, life in prison with the possibility of parole. Count 2 and count 3 are vacated as a matter of law in that you cannot be sentenced to more than one murder count when there is only one victim. Count 4 merges into count 1. I agree with the state that count 5 does not merge into count 1 as it contains a different element, that is that the victim is a child under the age of 18. That is not an element of malice murder specifically. So as to count 5, the court imposes a sentence of 20 years to serve in the state prison system concurrent with count 1. You have a right to appeal this conviction. You have a right to file a motion for new trial requesting other post-judgment relief. You must file any such notice of appeal or motion for new trial within 30 days of sentencing. You are entitled to have a lawyer represent you, and if you cannot afford to hire one will be appointed to represent you. I know Ms. Trethaway and Mr. Kessler are familiar with the procedures of our Indigent Defense Office as to how new counsel would be appointed to represent you moving forward. I would request that that counsel, if you will remain with us, and we will keep Ms. Driver, we can keep her here to get the sentence prepared, reviewed, signed, and get that taken care of before Ms. Driver is taken away from the jail. Or the holding cell. Yes. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. I thought the
Wow.
judges' words were pretty good.
I think this case, like I said, I didn't watch it. I saw a little bit of the testimony. I knew a little bit about it. I couldn't do another child right now.
Yeah, I know.
And, but it's obvious that it affected everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Her attorney, the state attorney, the judge, everybody. And she was long-winded, but you could tell that she really put a lot of thought into, you know, her sentence.
Right. Right.
And I don't think, I mean, okay, I didn't watch the trial, but in my mind, if you do something like that and then try to kill yourself, I cannot imagine that there's not a mental health aspect to it.
Oh yeah.
There has to be. And for the jury, I mean, they didn't find her by reason of insanity, but mental illness. There had to be something there.
Yeah.
But I just
It
can't
was
even
tough.
imagine.
It was tough. And Morgana and I talked about it because Morgana watched
Yeah,
this one. I mean, we both kind of watched it, you
I just
know,
couldn't.
apart from what we were currently streaming at that time. I don't even remember now what it was. But um yeah, she's a lot younger than him, Spins, but I can't
Yeah,
remember.
she's
She's
in her
20
20s.
something, yeah.
Yeah,
But
but she was underage when she met him, wasn't she? Wasn't she like
yeah,
17? Yeah.
I think so. Um
Um,
it was sad all the way around, and I do feel like she, you know, was dealing with some um well, I think that one or two of the doctors had said that had diagnosed her with not
CBD.
schizophrenia, but
Um,
something.
Personality. Is it borderline personality disorder?
They said the word schizophrenia,
Oh,
phrenic, but it was something in like I don't know.
like bipolar schizophrenic?
No, it was more like somebody might correct me in the chat. I felt like they said it was like I don't even know if they said the whole word schizophrenic,
Mm,
but basically like tendencies or
right.
leaning that way or
Sounds
they're
like she's got BPD,
well
borderline
she
personality.
had others. She may have had that too. I don't
Yeah.
know. But they definitely use the word schizophrenic.
And that
Or
dude on the stand, the way that he was talking, and we're all sitting here going, shut up, man. But the way that he's talking is that of a cult leader. Very
yeah, yeah,
prolific,
yeah.
very,
Uh-huh. Like he knows what
prophetic,
he's saying. Yeah.
yeah. And uh that's how people who are I don't want to say at risk, susceptible,
Susceptible.
yeah, to thank you, to 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 that fall into it.
Mhm.
Because it is oh, schizoid personality disorder.
Okay,
Gail
there
said
you
it.
go. There
Yep.
you go.
So I mean that's how people fall for that,
Mhm.
and I mean if he wasn't, if he wasn't such a piece of crap and you know, we'd be like, "Oh, wow, that was, wow." I mean, the whole downing the other child, like, dude, she's gonna see this one day.
Right.
Like, why are you calling her a backward facing child? Like, dude, seriously?
Yeah, that was weird.
Um, I don't know this whole thing, but I think I
Okay,
honestly, I think
side note, whoa, 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 side note. I'm at the $100 cash thing on the mine in Township.
woo, woo, how many
Now
things you got left,
I have 12 picks, 13 dynamites, and 11 TNTs.
girl?
Is that enough?
How okay, well, one, you're wasting time. Do you have the double gem or double thing right now? Is there a clock over on the right-hand side?
Yeah, I got 10 minutes and 45 seconds.
Okay, you're gonna need picks, at least. I don't know if you can make it with that. Are you at 0?
A zero what?
You got to have 175. What are you at up
175.
top? Up top where you have the
Oh, it says
$100?
one of 202.
I would buy the max picks and I would go for it. The worst thing is you don't make it, but
Okay.
you can always come back. I think there's another day and a half left or something. But I would buy picks. I still had, I don't know, I was like halfway and I bought picks, which gave me like, I don't know, like 25 or something. And I barely made it. You can do it. You got this. Do you have
Well,
enough
I can't.
gems now to go get the thing?
Yeah, I did the nighttime thing.
Okay, cool.
But I can't buy. There's none to buy, and I can't like request any for 30 some more minutes. So
Um,
sorry, we're having a whole township meeting here.
yeah.
Sorry.
So you made it far though. You did good.
Oh, thank you.
Um,
I'm just gonna
so
go. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna go.
okay, your picks are the most important.
Okay.
Your picks are the most important. If you run out of picks, you can't move to another level if
Right.
you're flat. So your picks are the most important. So use your dynamite and your TNT
Most.
most, yeah. Just to get move down, to see what else you got going on.
Okay.
And then, like use the TNT to break those blocks,
Yeah.
as opposed to two hits with the picks.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and well, excited for you. I can't believe I didn't think I was going to make it.
All right. We'll see if I make it or not.
You'll make
We'll
it.
see.
You got time to earn some more stuff
Yeah.
or get it on your trains or whatever. Sorry. Y'all, I know
We're
we're
having a whole thing. I know.
thing. Yeah, Sherry,
Um,
that must have been I mean, what did he bring? Props? Like, you don't need no props, sir. Get up here and use your word.
yeah, I don't know what that was about. What,
But
baby? Oh, do you want your eye patch on again? Which eye? This one? The other one? Well, what do you want it? Mine, child.
on her nose.
Yeah. What? You want me to scoot it over?
Hi,
There you go. Is that better?
Joey.
Up. God. Down. You're killing me, kid. You're killing me. How's that?
She's like, the clock is ticking.
I know it. All right. What they do? Turn the whole camera off? I guess they
Oh,
did,
I
didn't
must
they?
have, yeah. They said we're done.
Yeah, they're like, we're out.
I don't know. I think like I said, I didn't watch the whole trial, but I think it sounded like a very fair. That I'll tell you what, that defense attorney, y'all might want to put her on speed dial.
Right?
She did a good job to
She
get
did do a
that.
really good job.
Because that's what they offered in their plea deal, and she refused the plea deal. And so usually when that happens, they're like, "No, homie, you get the max."
Yeah.
And then the other one is to run concurrent. She got 30 years. She'll be 50 years old. She'll be institutionalized, but maybe she'll be, I don't know, maybe she'll be better.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, that's a long time, but you look at 50 years old, it's really not. I mean, that's a long
That's how old I
time.
am. That's how old I am now.
But I'm just
I still got a
saying,
lot of life.
she guys still got a lot of life after 50.
Yep. Yep. I don't know though. I mean, you do 30 years of hard time. Are you like 80? I mean, you're 50, but are you like really 80?
Oh yeah, I know what you
You know
mean.
what I mean? Like that's hard time, man.
Yeah,
But
it is.
she's young and soft spoken, and I don't know.
I don't know. I sure wish her health mental health and happiness because that was just horrible, awful, very bad, no good, all the way around.
Yeah.
All the way around, no good.
Very bad.
Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and get off here. Dale's going to be home soon with dinner. We're eating KFC tonight for dinner.
Right on.
Yeah. And then I don't know what she's over there talking about, Jolie. Kiddo. What?
She don't want KFC.
Probably she's like, I want a daggone KFC.
Did you hear? She went, ah.
Sorry about your luck, baby. But yeah, that's what we're going to have for dinner. And then I got to get some more stuff done this evening. But thanks for joining me, QB.
Thanks for having me. I haven't
Sure
met in a long
thing.
time.
Yeah, it was good. It was good to have you join. It always is, though. She's saying
I
hi.
appreciate it. Hi, Jolie. I love you.
You guys have a great night.
All right, I'm going to go try to put my third thermostat in.
Oh, well, good luck with that.
Ah.
Good luck with that.
Yep. Otherwise, I'm calling the people. I give up. I quit.
Yeah. All right. Well, you go, and I will see you in a little later on.
All right. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for having me. Thanks for hanging out. Y'all hit the like button and subscribe and all the things, the YouTubey things. And if you made it this far, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, y'all behave yourselves. I'll chat with you later.
All right, baby.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Yeah, I'm gonna get she's going on a hunger strike. I know, right? Oh yeah, Henny, I do. I need to close that. I'll close it. I'll close it out. Let me. I always forget about that. Yeah. Yeah, I do. All right, let me end it. Mom. Oh, I love you, kiddo. Mom. All right, we had 36 votes, and 83% of you said less than 3 hours. So, I will say that they ended at 2 hours and something ish. So, still could be 3 hours if they come back with a decision in an hour's time tomorrow, I guess. So, I don't know. But I'm going to get out of here. It's been a long day. And we'll see you back tomorrow. Be back tomorrow at some point. Late morning, early afternoon, and watch for a verdict. All right. Love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye.